I wonder how long we could talk about Texas before someone comes up to defend. Like, no, dude, I just watched. Oh shit, here comes Jerry. I just not defend. I like Texas a lot. It was my favorite states to live in. Just the weathers were extreme, and at the time I was in the army, and I was working for the aerosol school, so we would do these early morning classes, like early morning runs and ruck marches during the winter at like 4 in the morning. So I distinctly remember just struggling in Texas because we were outside always doing army shit. It was terrible. And then in the summer, same shit. That's why I remember it so much.
Bro, we outside melting out here, bro. Just
Hey,
absolutely melting.
what about the winter, Jerry?
Bro, yes, let's talk about that winter, man. We brought in the solar lights from outside that hang on our fence for lighting. And then we would pace around. We have a couple circles in our house, like that you can do. You can like walk through a bathroom, you can walk around the kitchen, like the way our house is laid out. And we would just put in laps, bro. We would literally just put in laps to keep warm. We had a newborn too at the time. Man, we made it though. You know what I'm saying? We're tougher for it. We're stronger for it. There's nothing that can
During
stop us, bro.
during during those
That's what
power
you do.
outages?
Yes, bro. During the power outages. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. During the power outages.
So, dude, when you started first coming to Bad Take, you used to go out in the garage, and I remember you freezing in the garage. And see, he was in Texas, bro.
Bro, we get
Fucking freezing in
conditioned
the
out here,
garage.
baby. Attic in the summer, garage in the winter. That's how we take the bad take, baby.
So what you do is like the summer right now, you buy a whole bunch of heaters, and then you sell it in the winter, and then during the winter you just buy a whole bunch of AC, and then you sell it in the summer and just rotate. You know.
I will say those heating and air companies, those guys make bank in the summer in the South. Shauna, we got a house in North Carolina that we rent, and when she was living there, her AC went out, bro. Like, and in the South or Texas or Arizona, I'm sure it's like an emergency if your AC goes out. Like, it's an emergency call, and they charge you emergency fees to come out too. They get their money. But she tried to like just fight it out in North Carolina for like a couple days. She couldn't sleep, like too hot. Well, and that's when we bought this little mobile AC. But yeah, they make money out there on those emergency calls.
Well, when it comes down to it, they probably lose 20 pounds in sweat for doing the emergency call, dude. Risking their health just to save you with your comfort.
Yeah,
Jerry,
man. There's a yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
so Jerry went through a power, bro. That was a while. It was a few weeks that shit was down. At least a week, I thought. Right?
Yeah, it depended, right? Like we had my mom's apartment. She ended up coming to stay with us. We got it on before her, but her like whole area was near a hospital, so they prioritized the hospital, obviously, and like she didn't get power for like 17 days. So, but the worst part about it is that the pipes were freezing and breaking everywhere, right? And so, there was no water, which was like even worse, right? So like, there's a lot of humanitarian aid and stuff like that, but people are like, going to the swimming pool to take a bath and wash their clothes and stuff because everything was like so frozen, and their pipe, all the water was shut off. So yeah, it was
So
crazy, man. It was a wild ride.
so I mean, your state has gone through 17 to 20 days of outages and water. Right now, if the U.S. like power grid started to struggle or something, or it went down, which states would just be unlivable? Like, would you just have to get the fuck out of there? Like in the winter or the summer, like people would just have to bounce to a better place.
California for sure, bro. Can't have that. We
What?
have a when you're from California, we have a 10-degree maximum really change before we're pissed off.
I'm
Yeah,
out of
y'all
here.
had to stay put because you couldn't make it anywhere else,
Where
bro.
the fuck?
The rest of the country is conditioned for the extremes, bro. I would not want to be up north in the winter. And I wouldn't want to be in the south in the summer. I mean, it's pretty much that simple. Everywhere in the north right now is absolutely gorgeous. It's been raining and snowing for 9 months, and like everything is green and beautiful, and the temperatures are really enjoyable. And everything in the south is scorchingly hot. So I think that's kind of the combo. You just gotta You got to migrate with the birds, baby. Go with the ducks.
Dude, yeah, no, Californians are the one of the few states that could just stay put during both the winter and the summer. Everybody else would be screwed. They're gonna have to be migrating north and south.
Yeah, until that fault line, and then it's like, yeah, sorry.
Just moved to Hawaii after that.
Float out there, bro.
Jerry, how good was that movie?
Oh, bro, let's talk about it. Oh my gosh, man. So good, man. They just did such a good job depicting what goes on. That I don't know. Okay, so we're talking about Sound of Freedom, right? Touching. I was crying throughout the whole movie, but yeah, it's super powerful story. I won't ruin it for you guys, but interestingly enough, that organization that is in the jungle in Colombia is called the FARC, and the FARC have been running like this rebel nation against the government in Colombia for like 30 years, and so you know how they depicted it was actually really well. I think they did a really good job. You know, like. The FARC is crazy. They're one of the craziest organizations that kidnap people. And this was obviously about sex trafficking of minors, this movie. But there's also a whole nother thing where they'll go and attack, you know, wealthier families, and they'll actually kidnap them, and you won't hear about them for 9 months. Like you literally mourn the person. You like they're literally like dead to you. You have to go through the whole mourning process. Then one day you get a phone call that they're alive, and there's like a $2 million ransom, and it's just like the craziest thing ever. Like they are so extreme. So anyways, that it's just, yeah, they just did a really good job depicting some of that stuff, and I encourage you guys all to go watch it. I'm with Compound. If you guys need tuition for or sponsorship or whatever it's called, to go see the movie, to pay for your tickets, let us know. Like I'm on board too. Like I'll definitely pay for your ticket. If you're like, I don't really know, I don't want to waste my money on it, happy to do it, man. It's a really powerful movie, and it's, you know, the biggest thing. Like I deal with in my career, in my business, I help families come back, you know, get trained and get recovered when they are, if they get kidnapped or if they're being extorted or whatever in Latin America, because the legal systems are so corrupt that they can't rely on local authorities to help them in those situations. So we have a you know, third party private experts that will help them. But you know, we've seen a huge shift from the cartels moving drugs, and they still move drugs, but they're not kidnapping people as much for money. They're actually trafficking, you know, humans. So that's a big thing going on with the caravans that are coming up from Central America, is that the cartels coordinate and fund and feed all of those people. You got to think, like, there's thousands of people coming up in these caravans, and they're literally embedding the caravans with minors, unoccupied minors. It's a big thing at the border. So, anyways, being in Texas, I have some friends in DHS here in Texas that are over the border, and I'm here. I hear stuff all the time. They just can't keep up. They're overwhelmed. But yeah, it's super sad, and it's really prevalent. So if you're not aware of that, or if you don't know, that sounds like new or shocking information to you, I encourage you to watch this movie. I think it will help open your eyes a little bit to what's going on.
Dude, so at your everyday job, you've actually dealt with situations in South America. So this movie, you probably were like, "Holy shit!" You were connecting dots that you already have seen throughout the movie.
Yeah, like I don't have firsthand experience with the on the ground with these situations, because the the experts go in and handle that. I more handle the financial side and help connect people to the program. But I have so many stories, man, that are not as, you know, delightful as the way that this one ended. But the fight to get people back it's an uphill battle. I was impressed by the collaboration with the local authorities in Colombia in this movie that was depicted. So that's promising. You know, that's actually like really encouraging that there's, you know, even a special national organization team that will work with foreigners that are coming in, right? This is obviously Homeland Security and then private effort, right? An NGO effort. So but they were willing to work with them, which was a huge deal. So yeah.
I think the craziest thing was that they're not allowed to do any advertising. So literally, the only like I don't go like shill a lot of stuff or tell people to go shit. But the only reason I was saying everybody should go see it is because they aren't even allowed to actually advertise. And then I'm seeing videos around the country where there's issues happening at the movie theaters, and they're trying to give people refunds and make sure they don't see this movie. Fire alarms going off, and like people just sitting through the fire alarms while they watch the movie, like all these kind of weird things happening. um so yeah, if anybody wants to go see it and they don't have no money, I got you. Or there's a website as well called Angel Tickets, and they like sponsor, like people have paid prepaid to sponsor tickets for people to go see the movie. But dude, I'm glad you enjoyed it. It's a powerful one. Shadow, what's up, man?
Yeah, I just wanted to jump into this conversation. I want to see this movie. I definitely want to see this movie, but you hit the nail on the head. The local movie theater here, the showing that happened, I'm assuming it was last Friday because I saw the Facebook post from somebody locally. They were talking about how this was the first time ever that they were like trying to watch a movie, and it was probably like four rows of people in there, and the movie like stopped, the lights came on, and it's like when things like that happen, but it's happening everywhere. That's definitely not a coincidence. Um, I've I got the gist of kind of what the movie is about, and that's why I'm interested in seeing it. I mean, my first job ever was basically at the Boys and Girls Club of America, and kind of the stuff that you have to be made aware of, and some of the security trainings revolving around kids and taking care of kids, especially during like a summer camp program, is quite scary, man. And apparently, it has gotten way worse since. Over 10 years ago. So I can't even imagine. But those are the types of things in the movie where it's like, it's uncomfortable conversations that people don't want to have. But unfortunately, it's gotten to the point where we need to talk about it more. And yeah, they're not slick. I mean, everybody knows what they're doing. I haven't heard the fire alarms, but I saw that Facebook post, and then other movie theaters around the Texas area. I've seen people who were trying to see the movie and they showed up and they were like, oh, not enough people booked this movie, so we're not showing it anymore. So, yeah, there's a lot of very suspicious stuff going on, man. They really don't want you to see this movie.
Real quick, can you repeat what movie we're talking about, just so everybody can know?
Sound of Freedom. Um,
The month. Oh, what's
yeah,
up?
it's called Sound of Freedom. But dude, there was like one theater shut down because they were having plumbing issues. Another one was just setting the fire alarms off. That yours down in Texas, they just turned the lights on. The one that we watched at, there was no issues. Like it was good. Um,
Well, apparently the people who saw it day one, which I think you're one of the day one people, because my sister-in-law, she was actually the first one to tell me about this movie before you told me about it. And when she was explaining it, you know, and she found out, I think, through her church or something. And I was like, okay. The first thought that went into my head is, oh, it's one of those low budget kind of like they're trying to make sure people know. But, the quality of the movie is good. And I just don't understand this whole they can't advertise, like all that. It's just the whole situation is very, very fishy, man. And basically, they just don't want you to know that. And I mean, they just don't want you to know that human trafficking with children and trafficking with children is going on, and it's on basically a rampage today. And every year is going up. What was it, 5,000%? That's just crazy, man.
it's a it's wild. It's wild to me. Like if you ever wanted to look more guilty or just be more weird than like all the major networks turned it down. Netflix won't air it. Not like Amazon don't want it. The big advertisers, the ones that do all the posters within the movie theaters, all the commercials, they won't do any commercials for it. And the entire movie is raising awareness for of children that are getting kidnapped and put into like child trafficking and sex trafficking. That's all the movie's about, and it's weird that none of them will air that. Like, what
What
the
I'm curious
fuck?
about though is, could it be the fact, Shadows from Texas and here in Cali, it being more diverse, be a contribution to that as well?
Yeah, there's some very, I don't know, bro. I
Bro,
look,
it's
there's things about,
PG-13. It's just a PG-13 movie. It's not crazy at all. Like, there's no reason that it
yeah,
should be banned at all. And there's nothing in it other than just like there's nothing in it that shouldn't be in movie theaters at all. There's no gore. There's nothing like crazy. You know.
yeah, but they're for speaking about Texas though. Look, man, and I don't want to get political, so I'll just stay away from it completely. But there's some shit that I don't like about Texas. Uh, you know, and you would think Southerners would be more interested in this type of thing, especially how we regard children, or I guess you could say the stereotype we get about respecting elders and elders, taking care of kids and all this other stuff. But man, there's some weird shit going down here, bro. I don't know, man. So yeah, I don't know how to answer that question. I don't know
Well,
why.
yeah, it's a main vein from Mexico, right? And Mexico is connected to Central and South America, and so all any kind of nefarious or illegal activity comes up through a few channels. And if you watch the show Narcos, you'll get like a pretty good idea, better than me just describing it to you out of nowhere. But you have the Tijuana border, you have the Arizona border, and then you have the Texas border. The Nuevo Laredo border is a huge one because 35 is a major highway that runs from the Mexico-U.S. border to Canada, right? And so it's a main artery in the trafficking system. And so, yeah, there's a lot of things that go on, obviously, here, anywhere around the border. There's a lot of activity that's going on. But specifically, Shadow, what specifically are you talking about that's going on in Texas? I think there's a pretty strong Latin, especially Mexican heritage here, where you have fifth generation Texans that are that are Mexican, that have a Mexican heritage, and they're very proud to be Texan, and they're very proud to be Mexican. So, yeah, I see a lot of similation. But what are you talking about specifically?
Yeah, mine's is more of just around religion, not really around ethnicity. I'm African American. My wife is actually Hispanic, so uh, it's not really anything. I mean, I get what you were saying about the borders and stuff. I don't know, and so I won't just speak on something that I don't know. But what I was alluding to is that you would think, in my opinion, churches would be more behind supporting this movie. A lot of other religious groups other than Christianity would be around this. I mean, biblically, we should be. And that's kind of what I was talking about. Is just the way that we say that we're supposed to act and respond to certain crisis and people suffering. We're not really responding in the way that I think we should be responding. And I'm just speaking of just experience with, I guess you can say, local churches around where I stay at. They're not interested in really promoting this movie for some reason. Not even like mentioning it, or I mean, it's talked about amongst the pews, but the leadership at the churches are not wanting to. They think it's too much. Is basically the kickback. It's just too much. So yeah, that's what I was alluding
Got
to.
it.
I
Got
hope.
it. Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I don't. Yeah, I don't know where you're at in Texas, but yeah, I don't. Who knows what's going on there? And maybe it is a political move because the Angel Studios is connected to some other programming that is maybe controversial, perhaps. I don't know. Maybe it's probably some religious thing, right? That offense or whatever. Who knows? But if they're along the border, it could be because they're or sort of under the gun of those centralized criminal organizations. So
What's up, Alone? How are you, bro?
Yo, what's up, everyone? I'm good. I'm just filing for my visa extension, and it's a bit stressful. We're in the 11th hour, but yeah, we're all good. Hoping that the U.S. Immigration Department doesn't boot me out of the country.
Did it give you a hard time, bro? Like, is it difficult for Canadians to stick around?
I mean, I'm on an artist visa, so it's like I have to meet certain criteria in order to get it renewed. And this is like I've been on visas. I've been here for like 11 years, and I would tour a lot, like even before that. So I've been on tons of visas, so I have a lot of precedence. But it's always a little nerve wracking, and it's just like a lot of crossing the T's and dotting the I's kind of things, and ensuring that I have an itinerary mapped out of work for the next 3 years that is kind of high profile, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So we're on like the 11th hour, and then my attorney hit me up with, hey, can you get one more thing signed by one more person? And I'm like, we've been doing this for 2 months. Why are you hitting me up on the day that you're supposed to be submitting it? So I've just been kind of working to figure that out today. So, it is hard. The visa that I have is a difficult visa to get. It's basically, an O1 artist visa. Athletes are on it, that kind of visa. So, yeah.
Damn, bro. Have we talked about? I told you about my one of my rugby buddies that was on a visa. Probably not the level that you're on, but he was coming back from New Zealand to play a season after he played with us one or two already. He was coming for either a second or third, and they just stopped him in the airport and said you can't come back for like 7 years or 5 years or something. They just denied him right there at the airport.
Did he have his visa, though?
Yeah, no, I think he was set, but something happened.
Usually it's like if
Maybe he
it's
didn't then.
expired, or if it's within months of expiration and it's not through a renewal process, they get penalized. You can get penalized like that. That would be.
Or if it's sorry, go on.
Oh, you
And
know
then,
what
yeah.
probably happened? He probably stayed too long on his last one, so he
Yeah,
got.
That's what I was
yeah.
gonna
So
say.
it's
Exactly.
expired, and when it gets expired, they will punish you like that. Yeah, I've seen that.
So he got stopped in New York, and they didn't. They said, "Hey, we can't let you in. Also, you're on a 5-year ban or something." Like, does that seem right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's like you abused the time limit, you didn't renew it, you overstayed your welcome, and then you get penalized like that. Yeah.
Why is that so crazy to me, dude? Like, that is insane. Okay, go on, Alone. I'm sorry for interrupting. Never mind. You there?
Oh, yeah. Here we go. Sorry,
My bad.
I was talking. I was talking to myself with the mic muted. As long as it's postmarked, basically before the date of expiration. So mine expires on the 15th, which is Saturday. So as long as it's postmarked tomorrow, then during the process that it takes for them to deliberate, I'm like, cool. Although I can't, make money, I can't accept like income in that amount of time. So I'm hoping they do it quickly. But then if and it's not going to happen, they deny you. You have like a month to get all your shit together, and get out, even if you've been here for like over a decade. So you can't overstay, because then they could basically, tell you you are not allowed to come back for 5 years.
At what point after 11 years do they let you like shoot for citizenship? Like, do
Well,
you have to?
I got to go green card next. So the next round, if I still want to be in the United States, then I go for green card. And then once you go for your green card, then you can go for citizenship, or you can just stay on your green card, because basically a green card lasts like 10 years. And then the renewal process for the green card is pretty easy compared to like going and doing a whole other O1 visa petition and whatnot. So, I think that what I will do after this one gets approved is, for the next run, I'm going to go for a green card, and then I'll probably just stay on the green card, because I don't want to become a citizen. Like I don't like need that. As long as I have my green card, I'm cool.
So why after 11 years? How long do you have to wait to apply for green card? Like, why is it 11 years now of visa renewals? Would it have been easier to do green card earlier? Or do you have to build up like a rapport?
Build it
Sorry, dude,
up.
I'm learning here. This is great.
No, you have to build it up. I could have probably gone for the green card run this run, but in order to prep for it, it's like a longer process, and it takes like maybe a year and a half of like you and your lawyer building your case up. And I started mine a little bit too late, so because I wasn't sure if I was going to stay or not, So at the beginning of this year, I decided like that I wanted to stay, and so then I was like, all right, I'm going to go for another O1. And after that, if I want to stay, then I'll do green card. But yeah, basically you should give yourself like a year and a half, year and a half, like leeway to start preparing for the whole green card proceedings, or, obviously get married, So, but I've already been married, so I'm not in a rush to get married. But I don't know. Maybe I'll marry my room. No, I'm joking. Joking. I'm joking. It's
Hey, that's day after, bro. Day
exactly
after. My
Hey,
Different
man.
dude.
countries, different wives, bro.
we're in California. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. Yo, is well, okay.
I thought that was Utah, bro.
Uh, does how was his dude? I want him to come up here if he gets in the space. I want to hear about his drive across the country and his move in and everything.
I think he's
That's pretty
heading out
dope.
with the other roommate to go see a comedy show, and then I'm actually going with him tomorrow to see the movie that you were just speaking of.
Oh, dope. Well, let's say what's up to OD Law, and then what's up, bro? Sorry.
What's going on? What's going on? Yeah, man, it's interesting conversation, of course, as always. Here at Bad Take, but being a Texas resident, had to step up and contribute to it, man. So yeah, I think that I need to go see this movie too. I've heard y'all talk about it a lot. It seems really interesting, and we hear, if you're from Texas, you hear about these type of things. I wouldn't say often, but regularly enough for you to be like, okay, this is definitely something that should pique my interest. But there's, one of the things I was hearing y'all talk about was, kind of like these sabotages of the sales of the tickets and the movie theaters and things of that nature. My personal opinion is probably that they have that there are people of important positions in government and all across, all these different types of professions that are somehow or another tied into it. And this is not kind of just speculation. Like there was one news report a couple of maybe a month ago now about a superintendent at a school who was on his way to, I think, Houston, and got kind of caught up with underage kids. It was a sting or whatever, and that's kind of part of it, right? Like, so they kind of tie in together with the sex trafficking, and a lot of these things do happen in Houston. I used to live in Katy, which is like West Houston, and I-10 runs right through there, and it's a huge trafficking area, huge. And I think it's just because it's like a major artery that goes through Texas and it goes into other major states, so it's real easy to get caught up in that. Some politicians actually ran on the campaign to like figure out ways to tighten up on, um, you know, the trafficking issues that happen, especially in Houston. So yeah, it's interesting, man. I definitely got to go check it out. I think it's something that everybody needs to see because it's happening right under our nose. But yeah,
Hey,
I think when you got people who are in positions of power and they're abusing it, uh, a lot of times they get caught up in these things, not realizing that the people who they are potentially trying to hook up with or whatever, that are underage.
Oh shit, my bad. My finger slipped.
Oh, it's all good. No, I was
Sorry
just
about
saying,
that.
a lot of those people are now, are tied into this thing, because they're being weirdos or whatever. So yeah, it's wild. The whole thing's kind of wild.
hey, odd law, man. Don't tell me that, bro. Hey, bro.
It's yeah,
Dude,
it's real.
dude,
It's real.
No, no. The reason why I say is because, bro, we move into that area, bro. We going into Houston, bro. That's where we going, though.
Yeah, I mean, Houston's a great place, man. There's so many great good things about Houston. But yeah, man, like if you got young kids, you know what I'm saying, like just keep them close, pay attention to them, you know what I
Well,
mean,
good,
raise them right, all that stuff,
good
man.
thing is we're not at that step yet. But me and my wife, like, I've already told her that, like I mean, here where we live at now, we live in the heart of East Texas, so we're in the country right now. I'm from the Houston area, really the College Station, Houston area, but they're about 45 minutes away from each other. But yeah, man, my mom was telling me because that's where all my family's at. She was telling me about how people are now they can't go to the bank anymore past 7 o'clock because there's a new crime going on where they're waiting for people to go to banks, then they follow you home and they know that you just withdraw they're hoping that you withdrew cash, and they follow you until you either stop or until you get home, and then they rob you basically. That's been going on quite a bit in Houston, and in the spring area outside of Houston as well too. And then, I mean, we already kind of talked about how we're going to be a little bit more careful because I knew about the whole sex trafficking with young women getting abducted. Uh, a lot in the area where we're moving around with. Somebody even made an app where it has hotspot locations, and it's like a whole strip, like you were just talking about, along and outside this highway where if you are running, jogging, walking, or anything, and you're like a young lady, like it only takes, and they said it only takes 2.1 seconds to get abducted. For you to get thrown into a van or in a vehicle, like they're now driving, stopping, like jumping out, grabbing, and just jumping back in the car and taking off. Like it's so yeah, it's a little bit nerve wracking, but it's about time we got out of here and moved back to the Houston area. But I'm now kind of regretting moving into like the heart of Houston, but we'll see how things go.
What part
I
of it?
mean,
What city are you in now, bro?
Well, I mean, we're moving in 2 days, but right now we're in Tyler, Texas. So yeah, it's like East Texas.
No way,
Uh,
my lives in Tyler.
what?
My buddy lives in Tyler, Texas.
Oh yeah, I thought you said you did. I was about to say what? But no, yeah, Tyler, Texas. It's a small town. I mean, it's very country, but it's not like a big Dallas or Austin or something. But yeah, we're gonna be staying with some family outside of Houston, and then the goal is to move into Houston. But now I'm second guessing that. I'm like, maybe we should just stay on the outskirts of Houston, just be within reach of everything that's going on. But go ahead, Alone. I've been talking for a minute, just talking out loud.
Yeah, so I don't know how I'm going to go light on this. But for this movie, it's come to and I'm going to go see it because this is like a serious problem that's going on. But it's kind of interesting if you start looking into who funded the movie. It seems to me like some of the people who are funding the movie seem to be responsible for some of the trade of children that is going on. I don't know if and this is totally me being paranoid because it's a recorded space, but these are like some prominent people in like Mexico that have strong ties to some prominent people here in the United States that have strong ties or speculation into child trafficking. So it kind of like makes me think, about, and look, I could be wrong, but about this being like some kind of feeding people what they want us to know because obviously we know that this kind of thing is going on and controlling the information that is going out there because if you look into like Haiti and if you look into things like Oprah Winfrey and her orphanage in Haiti, there's all kinds of sus things that have been going on. And then if you look at some of the people that she associates with, like what's his name, one of her spiritual healer, and the guy was like sentenced to 99 years for like raping girls. And I think it's important to let people know what's going on because a lot of people might not be aware of this. But I think it's also like I think it goes way deeper than what this movie is alluding to. And not to be a skeptical conspiratorial person, but I'm a skeptical conspiratorial person, and I think this is just kind of like a way to control the information without really kind of like naming names or leading to anything, because this stuff goes on like in high up circles more than we know, so it's kind of like interesting. So I guess I'm interested to watch the film and I'm interested to see what they show, and then I'm going to kind of go dig in a little bit after that once I've actually seen it with my own eyes. But I definitely know that one of the people that produced it has very big ties to child trafficking and is a very prominent mobster kind of person. So it's just an interesting thing I find.
It's important practice, dude, to take in information, but also remind yourself and realize that it could go deeper or there's information that was left out. So I think it's a good movie that needs to kind of like the public needs to see for what's happening, but it's very on the surface level, and they definitely don't show you to the extent. There's a reason, like in my mind when I watched it, there was a reason that it was completely based in South America for the entirety of the movie. And they do mention a few times that like the US is the number one consumer of trafficking victims, and they do mention that, but it's based in South America the entire movie. they don't talk about the massive rings that get caught up in like Omaha, Nebraska, and Los Angeles, and like all these different places that are huge consumers of this. They specifically kind of don't show any of that. So then in your mind as an American, you kind of go, okay, I understand it's happening and these things are happening, but it's down there. It's a little bit far away. I mean, it's a problem, but they made sure to not really dive into the fact that this shit is happening in your neighborhood, in your cities, brother. They didn't really dive into that. And I wish they would have more, but I understand why it took so long to get in. But I think it's a good practice that you do, bros. You take in information and then you go, okay, so now what did they leave out? Who funded it? What are they trying to tell me and what are they not telling me? I do that with everything, actually. I do that even when I'm investing in crypto and NFT projects. I go, what'd you tell me? What are you not telling me? Like, it's a good practice to have, honestly.
Yeah, it's just like, what do you point? I'm sorry, Shadow. It's just, you're pointing my nose in a certain direction. So what's happening with when my head is facing that direction behind my back, and that's kind of the way I look at it while my attention is fixated on a certain place. And again, you want to talk about like things, we can talk about Haiti. It's one of the biggest places in the world. And, again, Oprah Winfrey, she has a girls' orphanage there. And if you start really digging, I know everyone loves Oprah because she gives everyone a car, that's her. But I mean, it's, there's a lot that does happen close to home in probably mediums that most people don't want to like admit, from what I think. And I think it's always good, bringing things to attention, but it's easier to kind of dismiss something, or it's easier to kind of, it's always easier to be like, well, that's happening over here, like you said, and not over here. But then if you start looking at certain foundations that are set up in Haiti by certain prominent politicians and people with power, and then you start really, forgive the term, going down the rabbit hole, you can start finding some nefarious kind of sounding shit, whether it be true or not. But I still think it's important. I still think that people need to acknowledge it because, our children are the future. And I don't have kids, but they're pure, and no one wants like a child to suffer. That's like the worst thing in the world, is to kind of like go and bring suffering onto like a sweet little child, right? So I think it still is important.
No, yeah, I was just gonna say, man. I was watching Alone talk, and I was recognizing his PFP. I was like, oh shit, bro! I think we're twins, bro. Because you have the white hair dreads, but yours is I don't know what the red eyes are called, but you have red eyes. I know my avatar has blue eyes, or the icy trait under the glasses.
You're
So
a bit more than me. You're a bit more high level demon than I.
I was sitting here wondering. I was like, I wonder if I buy, when the inventory app comes out, if I take my glasses off and put on a bad take jacket, hey man, we can be the dynamic twins, bro.
And
Bro,
then
I have a screenshot I posted at the top of you, Dre, and Alone in my screen. You guys were all right next to each other, so I got the perfect little screenshot of the white dreads.
Andre's our human counterpart, right? With when we all have the different eyes. He's got his diamond eyes, you've got your ice eyes, and I've got my standard demon eyes. But yes, we're definitely brethren. Andre's probably the most honorable one by virtue of being a human and not being a demon like us out of the three.
Hey
I
man,
was about to say he's more like a deity. He's not from this world either.
he didn't want to take the pill, man. Morpheus came to Dre, and he was like, "Nah, I want to stay. I want to stay here, man. I don't want to know what's on the other side."
Now the VVS eyes give me vision to be able to tell what's on the other side. I already been there, done that. So I ain't, balance is key. You know what I mean?
Oh, is that the penalty? Is that what happens when we revert from demons to
I
humans?
think that's the benefit. I would say, right? If you can see the truth, you already know where to go and how to maneuver. You know what I mean?
And we out here writing lore already, man. Oh man, that's kind of cool though. But no, yeah, I like the dreads, man. I wanted to do the Shikamaru that like Ali has. I call them by different names. I'm sorry. To me, Ali has the Shikamaru because that's a Naruto hair trait. Uh, and then I like the any color of the dread that we have, whether if it's white, black, blue, whatever colors they come in. And I like the Yugi haircut. There was a few just haircuts that I was like, it has to have Shikamaru, Yugi, dreads, any type of dreads, cyber dreads or whatever. I just wanted one of those traits for the hair. So yeah, I got something that I like, man. I'm happy with it.
I love your clone. I love the BTC glasses too, because I love BTC. So you
I didn't
got
know it was
that.
BT glasses till after I bought it. My wife was looking at it and she was like, "Oh, get the one with the kitty cat glasses." I was like, you know what? I can rock some gold kitty cat glasses, bro. Let's do it. And then I read the traits, and it was like BTC. I was like, bro, that's even better because BTC was my first crypto. So that's all good. But yeah, I like it, man.
Well, you have the Bad Take Crew glasses as well, because BTC, it's an acronym for Bitcoin and for Bad Take Crew. So look at you.
Oh, actually, hey, that might need to be tokened, man. Somebody submit that.
No, that was an intentional acronym created. Compound and I had those conversations behind the scenes. So you're welcome.
Shoot, man. Let them make it official, man. Let's
I
do
like
it.
how Dre gives me like credit. He was like, "Nah, dude, crew BTC, you got to get it." And I was like, "Oh shit, yeah." That's about the extent. I just said, "Oh shit, yeah, it does work." That's all I said. He thought of it though.
Yeah, man.
Yep.
All the anime style hairstyles, they're fire, man. And I don't even know if some people know. I was going through that whole trait, and I was like, "Oh shit, that goes that hairstyle from this anime." They got a lot of them in there, man.
Shadow,
What's up?
do you know the background on the hairstyle that Jerry's clone has?
To me, that gives like a Dragon Ball Z verse hairstyle. I don't know if that's on point or not, but when I see pokey hair like that, well, actually, it's to the side, so that's more like Kingdom Hearts hairstyle. Dragon Ball Z is pokey upwards.
Look
But no,
up uh
give it
look
to
up
me.
Lonesome Cowboy on Google. Google Lonesome Cowboy.
Lonesome Cowboy.
And then look at what it sold for, the price, but then also look at the statue itself. What's up, Alone?
Hey, sorry about that. I'm going to jump down because I have to get on a call with one of my artists that's going to hopefully sign a last minute deal memo. And then I got to get on with my lawyer so we can submit this thing so I don't get expedited from the country. They're going to traffic me out of my ass out of here. So if I can jump back up after that, I will. I just want to. I don't ever like just jumping down. I like to say goodbye. So Adam.
Oh, what the heck?
Yo, Alone, if you need a coyote, just let me know, bro. We'll bring you back.
All right, that sounds good. Duly noted. Just for the record on the recorded space, I'm not going to do that at all. Noted. All right, I'll see you guys soon.
Recorded or not, I
Hey,
still stand by it.
hey, bro, what you got me looking up here, man?
What do
This
you mean?
thing, Kashi Murakami, too. Tell me this ain't true.
Hey, now you know. You're talking about the most famous hairdos in the collection. It's the Lonesome Cowboy. That's what Jerry's got.
Bro, this is real. This is he legit made this.
Hey,
Yeah, bro. Yeah, it's an early adaptation. He wanted Western adoption, so he went sexual with a couple of his
What?
characters. Yeah, it's
That's
crazy, dude.
I don't know about
It's crazy. I don't know about that either, man. But
that.
here we are, Takashi to the moon, baby. I don't know.
did,
Yeah,
did you
I'm
know
still
that
kind of
before?
figuring it out.
Did you know that before? I'm trying to figure. I was like, bro, if I'm supposed to be searching this as a trait on, because I know it's not. And then I look
What
and
do you
see the
think?
name.
Listen, the drip, okay, in the background, the drip, the swirl in the background. Now you know what it is. Okay, there you go. Can't unsee it now. That's the
oh,
generational drip, bro. Generational drip. Dre knows all about
literally.
that. I
I love every single day that we get in a space with Shadow. His mind gets blown on something. It's like, Shadow, take a look at this.
Hey,
What is this
that's.
shit? Like the egg video or the Twitch stream that he ended up watching. Y'all see this shit?
I was like, why they got like floating bones around them, bro? That's probably information we should just keep within the inner circle. I don't think that's gonna be good for the project as a whole, bro. I don't know, man. That's a little.
Bro, that was like, wasn't that in the 90s? This has been a around way longer.
Yeah, long time. It was an adaptation of his character too, right? That's how I kind of justified it. There's a lot of other Lonesome Cowboys that don't have that explicit thing. There's also a jump rope being breast milk of the other lady. So, yeah, again, it was like
They
That's
named
a
it
generation.
the
That's a
drip.
generational drip in the background. But
The drip named it. Oh man, I didn't know this, bro. I'm learning something new today.
Now Shadow's in the rabbit hole. You got a
he's in, bro.
divine.
Took the pill.
Jerry's got a divine angel, lonesome cowboy. You put some respect on his name. You know what I'm saying? That generational drip, baby.
Hey man, I'm just glad that I know that now before. Not that it's a bad thing. I don't. Hey man, I'm good. I'm straight. That was a little. That's a little too out there for me. I like the clean clones, but the
I
hair,
agree.
I like the hairstyle.
It is out there. It is out there, man. When I saw it, I didn't. I don't know. I didn't feel too good about it, honestly. If I'm being completely honest.
I'm still
And
gonna.
some of the Takashi stuff is a little out there for me, but yeah, I'm giving it a shot, man. I'm giving it a shot. I'm here for it.
I'm still gonna call it the Dragon Ball Z ish. You know, yeah,
It is right. If you watch the Dragon Ball Z characters, it is very similar to the other Yugi character.
yeah.
Shit, I thought it was bedhead, bro.
It is. You can
It's
say
that
that.
humidity, bro. It's that Texas humidity. That's what.
Hey, y'all remember that day? Make sure she's not in here first before I say this. All right, she's not. I haven't forgot, but y'all remember that day when Anya was just talking just to talk, and she said, "Just what if one day the clones get updated one day?" Hey man, what do y'all think about that? What if clones get updated one day? They're not like they change it, but they make it even more clean. Update the visuals, make them animated or something.
I don't remember that, but you mean like kind of
Oh,
what all with our already set poses?
I remember everything, but no, we were just talking about sets and like the clones and what they could be in the future, and we were just everybody was saying something different. But I remember Anya said something about, oh, it'd be cool if clones can get updated in the future. Like,
Well,
oh, we were
was
talking.
there context to it? Were we talking
We
about another project getting metadata or something?
No, we were talking about the demon skin, and everybody was talking about, oh, I don't like this, the veins. I do like the veins. Yeah, that's what the conversation was about. I don't mind the veins. Now, could it be maybe more cool? Probably, but I'm okay with the veins right now. I wish they were cracks, not necessarily veins. You know, like someone imbued with power or something like that, and like their skin's barely holding on. Like that would be really cool, but I might just be too out there in anime.
You thinking like Mr. Burns style?
Yeah, like they're barely holding it together, and like maybe you can even have, like if you have an ice trait, your cracks in your skin has like pieces of like, or not pieces, but like a glowing tint to it. Like you can do a lot of stuff with cracks in the skin, but the veins are cool. It just makes them look more angry. Even the ones with a smile on their face, it looks like more of a like a twisted smile. I don't know.
You
Maybe
want
that.
like imagine if they had like cracks like on the face or lines on the face that like kind of shined or had like a little color on the lines. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Like just cracks, right? And it has you can do a lot of stuff with cracks in the skin.
Or like a design, like a line design, maybe like a yellow or like a gold kind of line design,
Or like a bad take, like little logo across the forehead?
like a V on the forehead, and then like lines down the cheeks, like that. Yeah, dude, like a gold light, like a white light, like an angelic kind of light. You know what I'm talking about?
Bro, what? That's what you were going to?
He's talking about divine angels, bruh.
Here, let me show you what I'm talking about. There we go. Yeah, Gara. Gara is a good example. Let's save this Gara photo.
Shadow saying, "I wish they had lines on their faces," and I'm looking at Jerry and Mr. J, and they both got lines on their faces. Like, I'm like, yeah, no, I get that, bro. I that would be fire. I feel that.
You know what I would want? I want a bad take tattoo on my dude right in the middle of his forehead between my two lines.
Yeah, dude, Juju, Julian could do that, bro. I feel like
Please, that would be my new profile pic. I promise you.
we should message. You should add him in the chat or message him and ski put a tattoo on my forehead. Somebody asked for that, bro, and I never was able to do it. I can't remember who asked. Probably you, bro.
All right, I put it up top, or it's gonna take like 30 seconds. So,
I see it. I see it. The picture on the left, he's got a halo over his head. That's fire.
bruh, that's not what I'm talking about. But
Dog, the picture on the right looks like a clam.
basically, picture on the right is like you can be like it can be lines like that on the right, but on the left, like if you look at his arms, you see how the lines are growing, and he's like holding in I don't know power or ether or some shit like that. That is kind of maybe not as many lines on the left photo, but that's kind of what I'm envisioning when I say like cracks in the skin instead of veins. But it's all good.
No, I get what you're saying, dude. I think that would be fire. Actually, that would look good.
Yeah,
But
it
no,
needs they needs more decay. Like the demon needs more decay in the
somebody
skin.
in the comments, who was it? Yogurt said voided crack, like the black hole shine from the Genesis shoes. That would be cool. Um,
Well, they can't do decay because that's the undead thing. That would be stealing traits for undead.
bro, to
The
answer
undead
your question, don't
is-
fucking update nobody's shit. Don't touch nobody's shit. Don't update
Wait,
freaking.
are we serious? I don't know if you're joking or being for real. I'm totally fine with metadata updating as long as it keeps true to what it is, right? But how does everybody else feel about metadata update?
Well,
Uh,
we're talking about project updating the metadata without your consent or user updating metadata. Those are two very, very, very different things, right?
Okay, I get what you mean. You're 100% correct. I'm talking, they say, hey, demons, hey, whoever, angels, whatever, we would like to do this. We would like to make a more updated version or something like that down the road. And then everybody votes. What would you vote? Would you vote for the update, or you were like, no, I'll just keep everything how it is now?
here's how it's gonna go down. First of all, they already said that DNA and like certain things aren't getting touched. It's already locked, I thought, right, Jerry? Like I remember Sam putting out something that
Yeah,
locked the metadata.
yeah,
Already.
yeah.
Everybody
The DNAs are locked, but maybe not the maybe not the textures are maybe not locked. So, but yeah, yeah, the spirit of it is that the DNAs are locked and the Murakami traits are locked.
Yeah, the metadata is already locked on those. But here's how it would have to go. And this is exactly actually what Jerry's got all these tweets, but Samuel said something along the lines of when there is metadata updates, like say your clothing, right? We want to throw some different clothing on, wearables. It's the user does it on the profile. A gasless transaction is what they're working on, and it's a user signature that does the update. Like there is no forced anything. And that's how it has to be. No matter how many votes they take or have, not everybody's gonna make the vote and it'll still cause hell. So it has to be, if I'm updating a wearable, it has to be because I signed a gasless transaction that changed something. That's the only way that it should be okay. But DNA is locked anyways, and that would probably include textures is what I imagine. Textures and I'm not sure about skin tones, but textures and just the DNA in general.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, they're good as they are, but I just thought that was an interesting idea, though. Um, I would be fine if we woke up and they're like, "Hey, by the way, if you're on OpenSea or if you go to your files, we animated everybody's files, so it's still the same steel PFP, but everybody's, thing does something different or something. I don't know. That'd be kind of crazy to undertake, but I'll be fine with a change like that because that's not really a change. It's only like if you want to see it animated, you have to like click on it on OpenSea or go download it from the downloader.
I think that if they aren't already in contact with him, they should be, but I think that those kind of dynamic profiles and animated profiles that Ollie makes should be a part of the file download. Like when you're pulling your clone files, you should have it as an option. And then I already talked to Beb, and they're working on VRMs. So like when you download your files, there's more check boxes. You could get your VRM, you could get your dynamic profile, you could get all of these things. I'm sure those things are in the works. It's 20,000 clones. They're probably working on like an automated process so that they don't have to do them all by hand. Beb has a pretty crazy automated VRM process. Like he plugs a token ID number in, and it instantly pops a VRM out. So like they're getting close to it being ready, set, go type, or like ready to go.
Well, I mean, I just assumed that they already had Allie, you know, there, but I don't want to assume too much. But I would think it's a no brainer. The dude does amazing work, and that Ready Set Go. Hey, look, man, that's the best damn near animation I've seen for a community. Just point blank, period. That's why I want one so bad. And it's almost as if you can make it, or I don't know if he does it. I'm so not artsy, so I don't know. I might just be talking out my ass here, but the one of the videos he's shown, he's like clicking on different buttons, and it's like each and every individual trait has a certain type of animation. Like you'll have somebody with a Medusa head, the snakes are moving and they're still like looking and stuff, right? So everybody that has the Medusa hair can have that, same animation. If you have glasses, which is the one that I really want, it's like the eyes are like shining through, and that's super cool. So it's like trait based animation. It just puts it all together, and it's all animated as one. If they're not already contacting him or somebody is not doing that, I would just say respectfully, I think that's a wasted opportunity. But that's just me.
Yeah, there's got to be like some collab that he can do working with Beb, because Beb's skilled at this kind of shit, and the rest of the team to automate it.
Ali, if you're under NDA, put your thumb down, please.
I can talk all I want. I'm not speaking for Ollie. I'm just saying that I've already talked to Beb about VRMs, and like their goal is to have these things like ready to rock, man. When you download your files, you're ready to rock. And eventually on Cyber will have them all loaded. Doesn't on Cyber have all the worker bots already loaded? But just like that, when it reads your token ID, your clone's ready to rock in there. So it's shit that's coming, dude. It just takes a lot of like groundwork beforehand.
And they got 40,000 other combinations they're probably working on too, right? So, yeah, I'm sure that it'll be ready to go when it's ready to go. You know what I mean?
Yeah, bro. Like the Ready Set Go, bro. I mean, all of them are great. Trust me, all the stuff he makes is great. There's just something about that Ready Set Go, bro. That's like, it just imagine every time you buy a clone, every time you just anything, right? Ready, set, go, boom, animation. Nobody can do that, bro.
Yo,
I'm sorry.
Shadow, bro, you
Yeah,
hit it right on the head, bro. Because, like, that's the type of thing that we definitely need people thinking about. How you seen the video and you just recognize, like, damn, he kind of got an animation that's obviously, like, presettable for these specific traits. And for him to be able to potentially pair up with the team to send that data over, that could potentially cut so much time out of whatever they're working on. And then also, like you said, bro, down there, we don't know if he's under NDA. He might already, that might be where they're thinking already. But it's a cool thing to consider.
yeah, man.
I appreciate the fact that dude included so many other projects, even ones that shit on us or whatever the case is. You know what I'm saying? Like, it just shows what kind of community we really are. And we're not here to be biased or judge anybody. We're just here to do our thing and, propel forward. And I really, really appreciate you, brother. Thank you, Ollie.
Swear, because I mean, he had like 3D files of things that don't even have fucking 3D files, and like it blew my
That
mind, you know. And the clones, honestly, bro, the clones looked the best, bro. Like it looked like they were just going crazy in that universe. So I'm hyped to see that display come from the community. We needed that. Shout out to you, bro.
and there's nothing against the art, but there is a reason why, in my opinion, the clones look the best is because the clones were made from the ground up to be used in that way, 3D automatically. Like, mark my words, every major NFT project within the next 3 years at some point is going to say, hey guys, alongside your PFPs, we're also giving 3D files. They're going to get somebody to commission. It's going to be a long, strenuous undertaking, but these NFT companies, they're always thinking ahead. And when you see things like what Ali allows you to see, just look into to see what's possible. Yes, it gets to a point where amazing art is great. Yes, amazing art is great. There's no takeaway from the art. And I've just stopped saying this out there because every time I said 3D, they were just always like, "Oh, you just want somebody to buy your artifact." Like, no, I'm literally telling you, you're going to, if you don't want it now, you're going to want your forever PFP from whatever platform you're on or whatever brand you're a part of to be 3D, because once we start getting to that point where metaverse and all these things start becoming into play, unless your project, like we know Yuga's already working on it, right? So, but unless your project is already working on that, trust and believe you're gonna want that. So yeah, that's why CloneX looks the best. But no, going that Ready Set to Go, like bro, that's if I was in the product, I'd be like, yo, hire him right now, commission him a contract, whatever the heck he wants to do. If he needs 2 years, give him 2 years. Let him take as much time as he needs. But we need that. That's just that stuff's too cool.
20,000 clones.
When it's done though, it's gonna be worth it.
What's dope is he puts a little custom touch on each trait. Halo spinning, just like random things. Like the Zed bucket hat has all these little things popping out of it, man. Some cool shit that happens on each. Yo, POV. POV's living in the metaverse. Y'all ain't even about that life. POV's in the metaverse right now. What do you got on top, bro? What are you doing?
Yo, bro. So yeah, you know I fuck with Hyperfy mad heavy. So I'm in here. I have a stream room that I actually use to capture a lot of the content that I find like valuable in this NFT crypto space. And I casually just like stream different conversations, different gameplay with people, trying to utilize my clone and my beast as much as I can. But I figure like this is a cool way to go into capturing content for this next sector chapter. Now that I'm a clone, you see, if anyone was looking at it, it's in the nest. But I have a Hyperfly space that I have pretty much decked out, customized with all of my like decals and everything, and I'm able to pretty much use all the monitors and computers in there. So I just use it as an environment to keep people entertained while they listen to conversations I find interesting as well. But one thing I was gonna ask you, bro, was if you could throw me like the vectored PNG of like the bad take logo, I'd throw that shit up here in the background, bro. Whenever I'm like on stage with you guys, because I feel like this is a super good look.
Yeah, dude, I have it in the Discord, but I'll re-put it in there into the file share thing. I have so I got you.
Yeah, and for
Just
anyone
the
else that's super interested in Hyperfire or knows about it, my world is always free to hop in and slash POV, and you'll be in the stream. You know, we're up here.
bro got the forward slash V locked down. Bert, the early bird gets the worm, bro. What's up, Rupsy?
Yo, what to do, what to do? I just wanted to
What,
touch on kind of what Shadow was saying about, in the future how you're going to want your PFP to be 3D. and how he was saying that a lot of people, when he starts talking about 3D, they say, well, you're trying to push your clone, you're not about the art, blah blah blah, which is, I guess that there's some validity in there, but also, like, with 3D assets, like, you don't, that doesn't mean that you have to render it out in 3D. Like, you just have the ability to make it look 3D. You can apply it you know what I mean? Like, the ability to do that. Like, we don't, Azuki doesn't provide, I don't know if they provide, like, some sort of file you can access to where you can, like, if you have the file created, and I don't know how it works, but, like, we
You're super rugged, super rugged.
are with the PFS.
I hope he wasn't. I wasn't the only person he was rugged for. Like, if he was rugged for y'all too, let me know. Or am I rugged?
No, he was rugged.
He's rugged, yeah.
Damn. Rub suit.
Humba.
Shit.
But no, they was talking about that in Thread Got Space earlier, the 3D files for the apes, and how they was asking Ella for the 3D files while we were in the space earlier. And somebody, they outsourced it. It's somebody else who created, like, you know how Cam created the Avita app for us to be able to utilize our CloneX faces via his app? Someone else is doing the same thing for Bored Apes, and they have 3D files for the heads and the tongues and all of that stuff that they can do with the Bored Ape head. So that's crazy.
You know, on that website Sketchfab, people have started to open source a lot of different files. I wouldn't be surprised if you could find like an Azuki Beam 3D file on Sketchfab at this point in time, but a lot of people have like their take on a 3D like Bored Ape. And I know if for people that have more like base generic apes, you probably could kind of get you a base ape and build it up. But yeah, that whole waiting for your 3D files thing is kind of lame.
Can you hear me?
Rub
All
suit.
right, that's my bad.
Never
That's
hear you
my
now.
bad. No, I was just saying that, like, it doesn't. Just because CloneX is represented in this 3D form, doesn't mean it's only what you can how you can represent it. Like, there are other ways to represent it. You don't. You can turn your CloneX into an Azuki very easily just by applying, cartoon textures to your CloneX instead of 3D textures. Like, it's just one way of utilizing it. I don't know, like, if Bored Ape or Azuki, if you're provided any type of file when you buy your NFT, or you just get, the screenshot, or however it works. But with Artifact, like, bro, you have files for every single 3D software that's available. Over 20,000 different files, and it's not just 20,000 single files. It's 20,000 complete clones that have multiple files within that one file. Like, to rig and to make all of this possible has to take incredible amounts of time. I did 7 T-shirts that are like compatible with clone tools. So basically, you just drag and drop in. And in order to do that, all right, I did 14 because I did 7 male and 7 female. So that's 14 total, right? You know how much time that took me to, like, figure out how to do that, and to get all of, like, the phrasing has to be right, and all the folders and everything has to be just right in order for this program to recognize it. So in order to do that, for only 14 different files, like, it's incredible that they did this for 20,000 clones, that each clone probably has, in each clone you can have a male and female version. So that means each garment has to be different. That means it's just an insane amount of work that's involved. So I say that to say, what Shadow was saying earlier is, yeah, you're gonna want, every PFP is gonna want to be 3D file ready, because it doesn't have to just be 3D. You can use these 3D files to make animations, 2D animations. You know what I mean? It's completely possible. So it's just another tool. It's the tool. It's like the one tool that's like it flabbergasts me that these other projects don't have it. And I know they're slowly doing it, but it's like the one tool that is Web3. Like that is what we are. So that's it.
We did it first again, right? Everyone's copying us like 2 years later.
I like what you said, bro, because it's always like I be believing heavily in starting how you finish, and like the founders of Artifact, they know what they like. They understand the importance of this. Like it's where they come from. It's not something they saw and then hopped on the bandwagon of because they seen the value and potential of what it could do or how much profit it could make. You know, like they were actually nerding out about this shit on their own dime at one point in life. And then from that point, they figured out how to make it pop. You know what I'm saying? So it's already like they blood, sweat, and tears in a lot of this shit. And so when it comes down to them wanting to add people to their team, I know what I do whenever I want my friends to hang out and do something with me that they need to learn how to do. I set them all the way up. I make sure there should really be no air gaps in any of it. And that's kind of how they set us up with this shit. So
See,
I hear you for
a,
sure on that.
a lot of people, like most people, try to like be on the curve, and then you have like a select few groups that like try to like create the curve, and then you have these very few people that are ahead of the curve. And like Artifact was way ahead of the curve when it came to this shit. If you saw their shit on IG, what Zap had been posting on IG, like I saw that shit years ago and I was like, what the fuck is this? Like, this isn't like, this isn't even making any sense to me. Like, is this real? Is this fake? Like, what even is this dude? Like, this is wild. Like, I don't understand this. And then now here we are. Like, I wish I'd have had that vision that he had years ago. But he was so ahead of the curve, and not just him, but the team. They were so ahead of the curve, and people are now like trying to get on that curve, but by the time they get on this curve, bro, like we're already going to be made a 360. We're going to be almost lapping them. It's going to be too late. Like we've
Bro,
we're the
that's when
ones
we
ahead.
gonna come out with like a professional comic or something, bro. We gonna like take over the 2D scene when everyone start trying to actually conquer the 3D scene. I feel you. Let's call it. I see that happening already.
Well, it's funny, right? Because that was the plan from the get-go, obviously, by Artifact, like, are part of the plan, right, for these 3D ready things. And then now you see a bunch of projects that probably didn't really have a plan, that were just riding the hype, scrambling to figure out what to do. And one of the things that they're doing is providing 3D, like, 3D characters or like the 3D files for their things, like, what, two
Yeah,
years, 2 years
but
after the
some of
fact?
these projects they're now saying that that's what they want to do and that those are their intentions. But then when they get in there to do it, they realize just how time consuming and how absolutely expensive it is to do all of that. And I'm not sure that the majority of them are going to be able to. I mean, Yuga's got the money and Rafsby, bless him. I don't know how he managed to do it, but I know 3D files are coming out for those guys, but you can literally count on one hand how many projects are providing that asset, and it's super, super hard, and it's a big undertaking. I don't know. It's not something that I'd want to have to do at all. So, bless it.
I'm just curious to see what's going to happen with NVIDIA because you know that these clones and Animus and whatever are going to be involved in whatever that is.
Oh, I've been trying to stay away from talking about animus, but yeah, a lot of stuff. Um,
Oh no, I got him going. I got the twin going. He's going to go off now.
yeah,
Get
I
out of there.
say don't expect for these animus to just be still PFPs. These animus are either going to be animated, have animations, or be in some type of, I don't know, mobile app or something, and you can interact with it with your clones, but it's going to be everything but a still 3D image. That's from all the video that Tevi posted yesterday and all the other deep dive I've been doing today. Every mention of animus from somebody from the team, it sounds more dynamic, or let me say, they use the word dynamic and active and all these different things. They say every other word other than saying animated or animations. And even when you're looking at that video when y'all were at that Japan event, um you're looking, one of the videos is like clearly somebody editing, like it's like moving the arm. I mean, I know you can, you can draw it in 3D and you're doing stuff in 3D, but just the movement of the animus was like it was in movement, not as if it was standing still. Um, but yeah. We got I'll
There
have
was
it.
somebody wearing a mocap suit in a like behind the stage. Like I think that was live. Like it was
Oh,
actually somebody in behind the stage with a mocap suit on, moving that animated 3D character.
so yeah. So when these animus come out, man, I saw this really cool render. It was something completely not NFT related. It was on TikTok, and I can probably go back and try to find it. But it was talking about a video game, and like when it comes out, it's like a sleeping giant. It's like an MMORPG, something like that. But anyways, the whole premise of it was it was it was like a giant. It's like in the ground. It's like I'm assuming they used probably Mid Journey or something, but it was really well done. They did some images where it's like a giant is on the ground, and over time the giant is being slowly covered by everything around it. And so it was once a great giant, and now the people, the villagers, everybody walking by are kind of like messing with it. They're either throwing something at it or whatever. It's just the head, like the tip of the head is poking out now. And all of a sudden, just out of nowhere, this giant just has to get up and show everybody who's boss. And it's like on the giant's face is the logo of this MMORPG game that's coming out. And the whole premise of it, I was like, shit, you can take that and put that with Artifact, bro. Like, everybody's throwing stones at it, shooting a shot at it. Oh, look at this. They used to be prominent. Did you sell your clones? Like, all these little things people be saying, bro. Animus and other stuff drop, bro. The Giants going to have to stand back up. I mean, it's not going to be a we told you so moment. It's just going to have to be a you have to respect the brand moment. So everything will go silent, and we'll see what happens afterwards. But yeah, we'll see.
I think it's a lot of things in place for that to happen. On top of Animus, right? Like this shoe situation. Once the shoes get in hand, it's going to be a whole nother type of awareness that's being built up and people paying attention. So it's going to be one hammer after the next, after the next, after the next, and it's going to be exactly that. Not even trying to rub it in your face. You just got to respect what it is.
I gotta give some Dre Millflowers because we've been in this space talking like this for months from like January, and at least twice a week he'd be like, "I'm telling y'all, Nike's got athletes. All it's gonna take is LeBron walking out or this, someone walking out, and they're just gonna stop with their FUD. They're gonna be quiet." And bro, the Air Force One campaign that they brought out and just smashed the timeline with, and then following up with LeBron, like that was the last of the major FUD we dealt with was right about that time. And it was shit that like Dre and Pump and all of them in here were saying like Baron, bro, like you guys should see the athletes that Nike has. All it's gonna take is a few of them rocking these Air Forces, and it's game over. They're gonna stop with the FUD. And so when you're saying that, shout out, you're not speaking on deaf ears, bro. We've seen it, and this is what it takes. It takes just execution. Like you gotta execute on it, and it's gotta be dope. And I think it's gonna be dope. I think I know that. And the execution part, they've been killing it this year on executing on shit. So I'm not worried there either. So yeah.
100%. We building the culture as we move right here, right now. Us even sitting here having these conversations day in, day out. We're constructing a foundation for and with the culture, and this is what it takes to make it last forever. So everything is different from even just a year ago, and I'm still amazed about the conversation we had yesterday, speaking about just receiving the 3D files around this time last year, and just making it to the point where we are right now. Like it's mind blowing, and it seems like it's been so long because of how Web3 has that time warp feeling, but it's only been a year. I think it's been less than a year because I don't even think we got them yet at this point last year. So all of these things add up, and I know I'm guilty of feeling like, since I'm a part of that time warp on a day-to-day basis, feeling like, yo, why are people, what the hell is going on? Why are they still talking shit? But I know it is what it is. And I know it's inevitable because of the culture that we are building here in the present moment and the things that will be executed in the future, including your favorite athlete wearing artifact branded clothing, shoes, whatever it may be, or playing with artifact branded clones, animus, whatever it may be, or dragging their luggage through the airport with artifact branded luxury brands, whatever it may be. It's going to be something that transpires or transforms into from a Web3 situation to a Web2 situation, and the culture will be behind it to push it forward. And that's one thing you cannot eliminate is a strong culture. So just buckle your seatbelts, ladies and gentlemen. Shit's about to get bumpy.
Yeah, man. I mean, people have forgotten that Nike is behind this project 100%. The reason why is because last Sunday, was it last Sunday or the Sunday before? Yeah, I think it was last Sunday. Last Sunday, there was a huge space talking about PFPs are going to zero. I listened to damn near that whole PFP. It was fighting the urge to go on stage, but they were more just frustrated, and that's the main reason why I didn't. But I kid you not, I don't know the guy's name because a lot of these people I just don't know. But I saw somebody from Bad Take was listening in, and I think that's how I even knew the space was going on. I kid you not, these guys are like, PFP projects they're not IP. They're not well-established IP. These things, they pop up out of nowhere, and most of them are money grabs, and they're like how these PFP projects, just because you like the art doesn't mean it's an established IP. And I kid you not, man, this dude said, and I quote, he was like, I mean, what are we really doing here? How are we going to expect people, like, let's say if you like Adidas, right? At least Adidas has an option for people who like Adidas, but there's no point in buying a PFP that has zero utility whatsoever and zero IP. And I'm like, did you seriously just mention people who like Adidas and joining into the Adidas drop? At least Adidas drops have a big company IP behind it, but ain't nobody talking about Artifact, which has been not partnered with Adidas, not Gutter Cast, none of that other stuff. It is an actual like acquisition. It is a part of its four main pillars at Nike. And I guarantee you, people either they forgot about it, they don't care about it, but everything that they were complaining about, they were complaining about not these dudes are coming in undocked. They're taking all this money. Do you know how much a VC has to work to raise this much money? And all we're providing them is art. All they're giving us is art. They're not an established IP. They're not an established brand. And I'm just sitting here like, exactly. So why? Like, I mean, I hate to be that person where I'm like, there's a reason why I only had like 3 projects that I was like, okay, I'm cool with getting this, but it's too expensive. I'll be cool with holding this, but that's too expensive. What is this project over here? And it's kind of like, I learned about it through the shoes and I went down the rabbit hole. And I'm like, oh, it has IP backing with historical value on just Nike alone. They have like an infinite amount of people that they can contact through their Nike contacts. They're working hand in hand. Nike comes to our 3 founders on NFT related things, like with the dot swoosh, and they're able to go to Nike and rely on their expertise just about market, clothing, everything you name it, right? They've talked about how they build off of each other. Just because we've been quiet for 7 months doesn't mean that the project's dead. Like, the way that I understand how these quote unquote licensings work, and I forgot who it was. Somebody in here, if you're on stage, just let me know. But somebody in here was like, oh, well, they can't just say something. From being a mod with Vivi, there was one time Vivi accidentally slipped, and it was the marketing manager, accidentally slipped something about what was coming up next. It was a Golden Moments Valentine's Day edition, right? And he let it slip just like a little bit. There was a Disney executive that was in the tiny, tiny, small ass Discord. It made its way back to Disney, back to their partners within the same day. And the whole drop was almost at liberty of being shut down and not being dropped, period. That is how serious these deals are. You can't hint it. You can't even say, hey guys, something big's coming, nothing. Because of all the legal, there's a lot of legal chains of reasons why you can't even allude to something, right? Because then they'll say insider trading, they'll say all these different things. It's literally hush hush. There's like 15 people at the very top that even knows what's going on. 80% of the company don't even know what's coming next, and then it just drops. So if that's what Artifact is under now that they're with Nike, that's just how things are going to be. We just have to know that things are definitely coming. They're not sitting on their thumbs.
No,
But
that's exactly how it is. And I think I was in that space with you. I just didn't jump up and go into detail of all the stuff that was happening. But I remember seeing something like that too. But if you are in those type of spaces, you have enough education at this point to jump up and say, like, yo, you just don't know. Let me educate you on some facts here that you aren't sure about or you haven't heard before. And go into the rabbit hole with them, because that's what it takes. People have no idea. I think of some people, or a lot of people have no idea. Some people don't want to really go into it because it's not necessarily helping their bag. So why speak on something that's not really helping them out? But go ahead and shoot the gospel, man. Like you got
well,
it. You the thread
with,
writer.
with,
We got it.
with them, and yeah, thread coming out tomorrow, 12 o'clock my time. But with them, man, they look, I can go down a rabbit hole and tell you what can be, and we can shoot to shit about all this stuff. What I can't do is I can't replace your $60,000 that you didn't cash out or chose to sell at the top. That's just not gonna happen. If we can
Yeah.
get past that, and I'm not talking about our project, these guys truly, it all just came down to money. What are you doing with the money? You're not an established project. You should be funneling all the money into making sure your community is happy. I mean, I get it, but what happened has already happened.
Yeah.
All floors are down. I
Yeah.
can't back the clocks, but I can tell you what can come up next.
That's
But
a
yeah,
fact. But that's the reason why a lot of these people are so upset and angry about things in the first place, because it's bag holdings, and it just, they're so emotionally attached to their financial decisions or lack thereof, and that's what's charging everything else. But speaking of that, did y'all talk about the potentials? Let's go into like another speculation. Well,
Let's
talking about the whole XRP situation and how that's going to affect things across the board. Did y'all go into those conversations already?
let's check in with a loan, and then I'm down.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm excited about the XRP thing, to be honest with you. Not because I'm like a huge XRP fan, but I think it's going to be good for, anytime something like that happens, it sets precedent, right? And that's the thing that these motherfuckers don't want, because once you set precedent, then, the gray area gets eliminated, right? So I think for like a lot of crypto, this is going to be super positive. I don't know what their stance was on Ethereum being a security, not being a security, but I think this is going to clarify a whole lot right here. And I'm also happy because I have a bag, and I was buying because I was buying when this was ongoing, when they were already locked down, because I knew, and I mean I didn't know, but I really felt strongly that they were not going to win this case based on like all the history. So I think it's just going to be a good thing for the space. It's going to provide a lot of clarity. It's going to provide a lot of clarity for founders of projects on how they're going to distribute their tokens, on how they're going to set up their like infrastructure. And I think ultimately, if you believe in Web3 in whatever shape and form, this is like definitely a win, right now as it currently stands. And, to just jump back to Artifact for a quick second, I think it's almost like a blessing in disguise that they're delivering on all these things in the like bear market, where like people are going crazy, where there's grifters galore, where projects are like eating themselves and communities are eating themselves. Because I think in hindsight, when like there's a little bit of clarity and we're removed from this point, people are going to look back and they're going to be like, the only motherfuckers that were actually delivering while everyone else was like busy eating their own or scamming or Artifact. It's such a myopic space that people don't notice sometimes when you're in the jungle. When you get out and have some like hindsight, the fact that they did the Ramoa thing, the fact that they delivered on, all these other assets on the shoes and all that are going to like be the proof, like, and the pudding for all these other people that, are too obsessed or too kind of like, have the blinders on with whatever's going on right now. And it's going to be an actual strength. I think it's a blessing in disguise that all this happened in the bear and not the bull, because it's just going to fortify their legacy moving forward for when things pick up again and the noise gets really rowdy. It's going to kind of like be a testament to like one project that didn't actually like fuck people over, that didn't like do things shadily. So I think it's actually a good thing right now.
Hey, I just want to say something that's gonna be pushing the limit here, but I'm gonna give it a shot. And I just it's all just jokes, bro. But I can say this now. Listen, everybody's down. All their collections are down. If they've been holding since the beginning to now, they're all down. But at least this project, you're down and you either got physicals in your hands or you have physicals on the way that are historical. There's some projects that had an even higher floor than you guys and they got nothing but other digital items that are also down. So I'm sorry, I get it, but you need to really do some research and see like what's possible with who's partnering with who, because I already knew they ain't gonna partner with Nike and not get no damn physicals. Like that don't even make any fucking sense. I'm sorry, I'm just saying it. Oh yeah, I forgot this is a PG-13 space. My bad, Compound. But look, just remember that, bro. You down, but you got.
You know, it's funny. These are all the same things. Like Shadow come in here and say the same things we've been saying for months on end. He gives us all to us in a condensed version, concentrated up front right here, right now. Like it's so dope to see because we all had these same kind of conversations in the past.
And if I can jump in and shift it to the other thing you brought up, Dre, with like XRP, the writing was already on the wall because the only place that XRP was like banned was in the United States. But yet, like, and I think I posted a couple articles in the Bad Take chat. It's already being used as cross-border payments in Asia between Japan and the Philippines. And there's already been like talks with like XRP and the IMF, which is, you know, the central bank of central banks. The BIS, Bank of International Settlements, is a bit above the IMF, but the International Monetary Foundation, I mean, those are the people that control all the central banks. They control the European Central Bank. They can control the Central Bank of England, the Federal Reserve, everyone. They set the rules, right? So there's already been so much of like XRP in terms of like talks and like connections with all the like traditional financial institutions that for me, I don't know what the purpose of like the whole, you know, XRP as a security was, like what they were trying to achieve, the SEC, if they were trying to stall something, if they were trying to like buy time for something, because the writing was already on the wall that this was going to be used and it was going to be used to replace the SWIFT system. So, you know, I felt super bullish on it as it stood, even when that was going on, knowing that, hey, America's only one small like facet of it. And sure, it's like a huge industry and Coinbase is a huge centralized exchange. And when they took XRP off, it tanked. But that's like when I was like, all right, I'm buying now. All right, now there's a lot of blood, but the writing's on the wall. Is it going to be what's used to facilitate CBDCs or not? I don't know. There are a few coins that have talks with like that are connected to that. Quant is another one that is connected to that, and then there is also HBAR that is also connected in certain ways with that. But I do not. I just think like regardless, it's just like creating precedent in the right direction for projects and for people founders that are starting tokens to like have more clarity on how to use that, on how staking is going to work, on how everything is going to work in order to avoid getting in that security trap. So I think it's just ultimately bullish for Web3 as it currently stands, and I think it's like long overdue that this got settled and that they won. And I'm always happy when the SEC loses, right? So I think it's a good thing.
You shouldn't be saying that, bro, with all the procedures you're trying to do and take care of with your whole visa situation is recorded space. He's just playing. But no, I think it's a super dope situation. Like you said, that point you made about people who are creating their own projects and being able to introduce staking in their own coins. It sets the precedence. And this is where I was going with it. And of course, let me say this disclaimer. This is speculative only, right? Like I don't want anyone taking things out of context and creating any type of flood tornadoes, right? But we had the conversations earlier last year about drip token that Benoit brought up himself and was speaking about through tweets, through Discord messages, etc. So we know all of those things got put on hold due to what was happening with XRP, SEC cracking down, ApeCoin going through their stuff earlier last year. We saw that happening, but now it's a new day, right? Or at least a dawn of a new day. So my question is, where are we at with that? Because this can open up a whole different set of possibilities when it comes to move to earn and the reward system that can be behind that, the possibilities that can have with Animus and staking, right? They did do a shout out to the Moonbirds contract when it came to the ideas of what was being implemented into the smart contract for Animus. So possibilities are endless. And I think everybody agrees with you, Alon, when you say this is a great win for the crypto space within itself, because it gives and opens up the possibilities of things be going down to take down a whole nother pathway that were once blocked when it came to dealing with all of that stuff in court. So I would like to sit up there and talk about this because this is big news. This is major stuff.
Yeah, I want to jump in there, man. This is how I see it, and this is how I explain to my aunts and uncles and my parents, man, because I got them into crypto when Bitcoin was like 16K. I was over, all my family was over for somebody's birthday, and I was like, you know what? I set my aunts and uncles down. I was like, look, y'all know what I do. Y'all know I do crypto. Y'all know things been going well for me, but I'm more worried about you guys, and I'm more worried about you guys and y'all's retirement because y'all have about 15, 20 years, and y'all need to be retiring, right? I don't want to see y'all working all the way into your 80s, things like that. So why don't we go through this next bull cycle together? And I got them on like a plan and all this other stuff. I've been walking them through like FaceTime and everything, like almost every single week with 6 different aunts and uncles and my parents. Every time they got a question about something, I keep them on the long-term coins, but I did get them on XRP, and that was their spec coin. Everything else was Bitcoin and Ethereum. It was just those three. And today everything's going crazy, right? So I'm explaining to them basically in a term that they can understand it. And this is what I basically told them on the call. I said, look, basically in a nutshell, what kind of happened is you had this government body called the SEC that was abusing its power and was bullying a new form of technology. And everybody every day would see what we thought were people who were invincible, just picking and choosing anybody that was shining too bright and trying to see if they can get either some funds out of them out of fees, or they don't want to pay the fee, take them to court. And XRP was like, fuck that, we gonna go to court. And they hit back and won, and everybody saw that bitch bleed. That's basically what happened. Coinbase Coinbase is gangster. Coinbase turned XRP on within like 3 or 4 hours, bro. So companies are definitely going to be there's going to be a slow buildup of courage to want to do drip coins, to wanting to do these things, because now we're like, okay, there's a chance, right? Our legal system, I mean, call it what you will, but sometimes you make out with a win. And this is huge, huge news that I don't even think we saw really reflected in the price today. I think it's going to have reverberations throughout the next few months. Yeah, people notice what happened today, and it shows that no matter what, stay true to what you're developing. Don't make some scammy bullshit that's not a free pass to now just do some shit that's actually a security. But if you actually have a game plan and you understand how these tokenomics and stuff work, I think it's okay or safe to say that no longer do you need to be worrying about you. The SEC is still going to bully you, especially if you make it to the top 10, as we've seen with their new groups of people. When that list came out and they were like, we're going after Sand, we're going after ApeCoin, we're going after Cardano, we're going after all these people who some of them were doing everything by the book and walking hand in hand with SEC, and they turned around and was like, no, actually, we're taking you to court too. They knew that they were about to lose this Ripple case, so they're just lining up the next ones. So yeah, man, it's super bullish. I actually took some profits today, but I'm probably going to see if it cools down and go back in. But yeah, man, just make sure. I know we're all into NFTs, and I didn't know how much we were into the crypto space. That is where I come from for the past 2 bull markets. I've been crypto. I'm big into AI coins, security coins, all kinds of stuff like that as my niches. But yeah, this XRP thing, it is understated what happened today. So yeah.
See, it was a coiled spring, man. XRP was like the long coiled
Right.
spring, and it was just being held down the whole time. And if I'm going to like speculate on one thing quickly, Artifact, and this again, purely speculation, by virtue of them being with Nike, I do not think that if they do release a drip token, it's going to be something that you can exchange for actual money. Rather, I think it's going to be something that is self-contained, more of a gamified thing in the ecosystem, the way, old school games were with items. I could be wrong. I don't know if Nike's going to want, regardless of the clarity that this may provide, I don't know if like a huge corporation like that is going to want to like, tempt fate or whatnot, but I could be wrong, and I hope I'm wrong. But then jumping back to XRP, it was always called the banker's coin, right? Ever since it kind of came out, it was called the banker's coin. So one thing with me that, and I'm going to put on my conspiracy hat here, like willingly, I always found it like interesting how the SEC chose XRP, but it already had all these ties with the central banks. And whether or not you believe what I'm saying, people here, the central banks are the ones that control the countries. The government doesn't control the banks control the countries. So if this was already like, if there were already like dealings going on with all like Christina Georgieva and Jerome Powell and all these like bigwigs and all these legacy families that control the banks for this to like eventually potentially facilitate or replace the SWIFT banking system, I wonder what the psyop was with the SEC clamping down on XRP. Were they kind of trying to just keep the markets like a little bit cooler? Were they waiting until they were closer to launching a CBDC before they finally let it loose and let it run? I don't know, but I always found it suspicious how the SEC, which again, the SEC is controlled by the central banks and all these people. It's not the other way around. They're like Gary Gensler used to work at MIT, and when he was at MIT, he was a professor for crypto, and he was super bullish on crypto being the future and whatnot, and he understands it very well. But then he got appointed the job as the head of the SEC, and whatever he's doing, the directives are not like they're coming from way higher up than where he's at. You know what I mean? And he's just like the dog, and like the tail is wagging the dog at that point, right? So I'm just kind of saying, and I'll end it here. I always thought it was sus, and that's why I kind of bought into it. Because to me, I'll hedge myself if I want to make money to escape this like system or whatever. For me, I'll hedge myself on both sides of the fence because I'm not a stupid person, right? Or at least I don't think I'm a stupid person. I could be, you know. Don't quote me on that. Like, I know it's a recorded space. We'll come back to this in like 6 months. You'll be like, oh, that was a stupid motherfucker right there. But all that being,
I was just about to ask you
mm,
too, because you were talking about how bullish you were, or that this just happened with XRP, and we talked earlier in this space about if they're making our nose or our eyes look in a certain direction, what are they not telling us? What are they not showing us? So I was literally letting you guys talk, and then I was going to ask you what you thought about this after multiple years of them condemning it, pushing the price down, and then all of a sudden we're getting close to Fed Now coming out, and all of a sudden Bitcoin and XRP are good to go. They're ready to rock. Like that's crazy, bro. So no, yeah, you don't be a stupid person. You can still make money on this shit, even if you don't like it or believe in their mission or who controls it, you could still make money on it. You know what I'm saying? So you're right on point, dude. I love Alone, dude. He was like, I'm bullish on XRP. I'm like, wait a second, XRP has some shady back
Yeah.
deal going on, but you can still make money on it, right,
Yeah.
baby? Let's
And 100%, man. I told my relatives, I said the only thing that we are for sure probably going to be holding long term is Bitcoin. That's why they put the least amount of money in. I said, but XRP, we're definitely selling amongst the bull run, and Ethereum, we're going to slowly dollar cost out of and take profits throughout the bull run. I said, but the only one that's worth holding, in my opinion, now this is my opinion, is Bitcoin, and that's just my opinion. Everything at the end of each bull run gets put into a stable. Hopefully, I don't fuck up and have a Luna situation again and lose half my bag. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see how things go this time around. But yeah, man, I'm with you. I'm not blind to what XRP is, but what it would mean if XRP won the case, that's what I was rooting for. But yeah, Fed now, we'll see, man. I've always had this idea of, I think we talked about it earlier today. Or not, no, we didn't talk about it earlier today. I think I might be confusing two spaces, but somebody said in a space today that I was listening to that sometimes you don't always have to agree with what's going on, but if you are a trader or an investor, you can understand that there's money to be made. So now some people have morals, and I understand. I respect those that morally are like, I can't invest in something like XRP, and I totally get that. But for me, at the end of the day, when it comes to my crypto bag, I'm going for profit. And that's kind of what I always do. And I either put it into Bitcoin during the bear market, cash some out, then we just rinse and repeat. But yeah, do some research on XRP. Now that they're out of this court, that doesn't mean like all of a sudden, oh yeah, XRP to the moon. Like, yeah, to the moon price wise, but I don't want XRP what they stand for to win long term. But yeah.
Well, that
I think I was going to jump in and say, alone, you hit that on the head with the Nike situation. Before y'all go too deep into the crypto realm, because I know we can go on that forever, I want to speak about the point you made about Nike not wanting to touch creating some type of issue by doubling down on, say, a drip coin. And I think it would be utilized for like a rewards point system type of execution. That's what makes sense to me, right? This goes to the conversations we were having a couple of months ago, speaking or speculating about what was happening with the move to earn system, how they could come out with this own encompass rewards point system that people could utilize the rewards points to buy or make moves on the inventory app that's coming out. Like, just throwing out ideas of what could possibly happen. But I agree with you. Nike is way too political to even begin to jump into any type of arena that can potentially smell bad. They don't want to be close to anything that smells like poop. And this got a lot of feces smeared all around it. So I agree with you on that. But another point that the compound was saying too, right? Like, everything is lining up, right? BlackRock ETF, Fed now, XRP, rulings, everything is just lining up to be this perfect grand slam. So, I mean, that's, if you're paying attention to something that is so visible, it's hard to miss that. Like, you have to be blinding yourself to not pay attention to the bottom line. But it's all part of the momentum, right? And like you guys are saying, that you don't have to necessarily agree with it completely to understand what's happening and to make moves that could help create generational wealth for you and your family. So, yeah, I want to say that before y'all jump all the way in.
And I agree, man. And I think, it's just about being like aware, and it's like the game is as the game is right now. It's like, it's kind of like, don't hate the player, hate the game. But it's like, you also have to understand the game to know how to play it right. So, of course, I don't want what XRP stands for to come to pass. Now, if I'm going to be the cynical person that I am, I don't have too much faith that people are going to, I don't want to use the term wake up because it's like kind of demeaning, but wake up in time to kind of not let this happen. But at the same time, it's like, if I can provide myself like a parachute for what I want, like in life, and give myself a way to kind of work around what I see coming that I don't like by playing their game, then I'm gonna do it, because that is just like me paying attention and understanding what's unfolding. And you're right, Dre, with BlackRock, with all these companies, everything seems to be lining up. And now with this whole like XRP getting let loose, I mean, it's because they're getting closer and closer to launching their CBDCs. And when you want to have like a blockchain that has very cheap fees, that has instant like transfers, where you don't have to wait like Bitcoin, where you don't even have to wait like Ethereum, and where it's like scalable. I mean, and if you think about what's going to happen, with all that, it does make sense. And at the end of the day, there are different coins for different things. Monero exists for a reason, right? So Monero exists for privacy purposes. Something like Pirate Chain exists for privacy purposes. Bitcoin, arguable. You know, some people say Bitcoin is DARPA and is like, you know, and it's the CIA, and I would not put it past anything that's, you know, Satoshi Nakamoto is just some kind of name that's been created by the government, and they just created Bitcoin in order to kind of you know, psyop people into thinking that this is into kind of like taking on digital currency and into bringing it like to starting to believe I can't speak, but it like to start to believe in it. So I would not put that past a possibility. And I love Bitcoin, but you know, when you think about the technology that Bitcoin created, it basically destroyed privacy, you know. So as much as I love Bitcoin, it's no Monero, you know. But XRP is there for a reason, Quant is there for a reason, Ethereum's there for a reason, Bitcoin's there for a reason. And that's the thing, you don't have to be on any one team, you know. There's no being a maxi for one coin versus another coin. They all have different purposes, and position yourself accordingly with how you want to proceed in life, knowing that at a certain point you're going to have to make a choice, but you may as well give yourself opportunity and possibilities for when that moment comes to make the best choice you can based on what your belief is. And if that's like making a shit ton of money on XRP and then flipping it all into Monero or whatever, so be it. You know, like there's different ways to skin the cat. And, you know, anyone who's like a purist for one coin is missing out on a lot of possibilities, is what I think.
I've had a situation today where I dropped the bag, and let me share that with you guys, because I saw when XRP, of course, when the ruling came through, I'm like, oh shit, what's the move? And then I started thinking chess, right? 2-3 heads on moves ahead, and I'm thinking like, oh, okay, well they just had this ruling come through. Coinbase is definitely going to put it back on their platform. I need to grab some stock options, some call options for Coinbase, right? And just ride that up real quick and make a couple quick $1,000, right? But then when it came down to executing, I had the call option up for me to do it. And then I got emotional. I was like, oh, I don't know. What if it don't? What if it don't? And I psyched myself out of it, you know. And of course, you know, long story short, end of the day, the joint is up 25%. I'm like, damn, I could have been riding this mug all the way to the top. Yeah, it was crazy.
Hey,
But
hey,
it's
oh,
part
go
of the
ahead.
game, you know what I'm saying? It's part of the situation. That's my point, was going off of what Alone is saying, you know, whatever floats your boat, certain things work for certain people. Just using your discernment in order to be a part of the process and knowing when to get in and get out. My situation is I always get emotional about my decisions. Like I feel about my decisions before I think about them. I make more passionate moves than anything else. And if the passion isn't there, I'll stutter step like this. And it led me out to you know, bled me out to dry today. So keep that in mind when you're making your movements, when you're switching over from your Bitcoin to Monero, man. Don't think emotionally. You got to have that trader assassin mindset.
I think you'll still have time to get in again. I think, and I don't want to be like negative. This is not emotional for me. I think there's going to be another crash. I followed a
Me
bunch of
too.
smarter people than me, way fucking smarter when it comes to finances, that have like said prepare for a big crash. I know one of them is Robert Kiyosaki. He's been calling for a crash for like 10 years, but he's also ahead of his time, the guy. You know what I'm saying? Like he's also someone that is like looking, because of by virtue of how intelligent he is and how much he understands how money is created and whatnot. And if you listen to his story, he talks about like back in the 70s, I was buying silver. Like this guy's been waiting for this for like 40 years or something, because he understands that as soon as the United States in 1971 and Nixon removed the dollar from the gold standard, knew
Yeah.
exactly what was going to happen, because it's baked into the cake. Because if you study every empire that preceded the United States of America down to the Roman Empire, when they started diluting their currency, it always went one way. When they removed their currency from being connected to like gold, when they started like taking their silver coins and putting like lesser metals into them, that's basically inflation. That's how they would do it back in the day. So he understood this, but there's other people who've been predicting a big crash. And again, in order to bring in the new, you need to destroy the old. And I know some people might be skeptical of this, but this is a controlled demolition of our socioeconomic system in order to bring in the new socioeconomic system. And how else are you going to bring something in? It's like problem, reaction, solution. You need to break it to fix it. So right now, we're in the throes of it being broken, and you have all the drama with BRICS, with those other countries in BRICS. But ultimately, what it's all leading to, in my opinion, is the death of the United States dollar as a reserve currency. And some people say, oh, that's not going to happen for 40, 50 years. No, I think it's going to happen within this decade, personally. And I think there's going to be a big shift. and things are going to break down, and then voila, they're going to present you the option, the saving grace. So, I mean, at the end of the day, again, XRP being freed up while all this is happening, I think it's part of that, and I think, Dre, you're going to have another chance, and I think everyone's going to have another chance to buy the bloody streets, and it's going to be very bloody. And I don't know what Black Swan's going to bring it on, or if it's just going to, I don't know how it's going to happen, but I feel fairly certain that we're going to have another opportunity to get things at very cheap. Now, what we're going to be left with after we do that, moving forward, that's where I don't know what it's going to be, because it's not going to be the same. It's going to be a whole new paradigm. What it is, I cannot, predict, because obviously I'm not a savant, I'm not a fortune teller, but I think there's going to be another chance, where things are going to fall. Bitcoin might fall back down to 20, it might go to 18, it might go to 15, who really knows? But I don't think the bottom is in yet.
No, I agree. I think so too. To that exact sentiment, it's going to be another opportunity. But I was just thinking about, the current present moment. Like that would have been a nice chunk of change just to throw some call options into real quick and right off to the sunset, get my vial, crack that thing open, get my DNA, Murakami, and then retire from all of this shit and never talk to any of you guys again. It's like, no, I'm just playing. But it would have been a great day if I did do that. But yeah, and every time somebody say bricks, I always think of that Gucci Man song, man. Like bricks. All white bricks. Like it's hard for me to take that serious. They really starting something off of that.
Hey, but I just want to say, although I disagree on some parts there alone, but Monero is a great token as well too. I just want to say, I personally do think that there is going to be some downward action. We still have too much time before the bull run actually kicks off. I don't think there's going to be major shifts in the leading points. But I do agree with the downward sentiment. If I was going to roll a dice, I would say there's probably enough room for two more downward swing, one major downward swing, and maybe just like another downward swing towards like the beginning of next year or into this year. But all this definitely will happen, in my opinion, before we get to like May of next year. But yeah, if you, because I was telling some people, they were like, "Oh, should I jump in XRP?" I'm like, "Hell no, don't jump in now. Don't jump in after they relisted on a coin, like all this stuff. Wait for this shit to cool down. It's cooling down right now, but wait for it to cool down. Play the long game with this crypto stuff, man. There in my opinion, there's literally no rush. As long as it's one of your main focuses, you got plenty of time. But yeah, downward action is definitely going to be coming up. I could definitely see us hitting back to 20K again for sure on Bitcoin. But like you said, rather if it's a black swan event or Binance goes down, I personally think it's going to be Binance going down would cause the black swan event, but it has to be something big in caliber, or we'll just have another like leg down to like 25 and then bounce back. But we'll definitely see what happens for sure.
They on Black Swan. I mean, they on Binance's ass too.
Yeah,
So
I think, man, I'm gonna say this right now, and if it happens, just remember I said this. I mean, I'm not the only person saying it. It ain't like everybody's saying this. There was somebody who made a really great video. I forgot who it was. He made a great comparison of like right before the FTX shit went down. There was people like, "Oh, I'm leaving FTX. I'm spending more time with family." It was like the same kind of like chronological order is happening right now with Binance. And like, Binance US, like the Bitcoin's been off for a minute. People in up there in Binance have been leaving. There's a lot of things pointing to, and if I'm being honest, the powers that be, they need Binance gone. They need Coinbase gone. They need these major exchanges gone. So that way the government can just enforce, hey, this is the only exchange United States citizens can use. Oh, and also, by the way, 2% fee on every trade goes to Fed now. There's gonna be some bullshit like that in the future. So they need these exchanges out of here. That's why Dex. Make sure you never forget about Dexes. But yeah, man, I can talk all day about this crypto stuff. But go
Well,
ahead,
let me
Malone.
one thing, Shadow. I need to hit you up about some AI tokens, and we need to chat about that at one point. You need to educate me if you don't mind.
Oh
Send me off
yeah,
on
oh
some
yeah.
trails, because I think that those, if there's another bull market, if that happens, those are definitely going to pump to the moon because that's like the next big move, like in terms of technology. And Shadow, do you think that everything is going to adhere the same or is going to play out the same way with the halving as it has previously in the past? And then my last thing, and then you can answer that, is in terms of Binance and Coinbase, I think they do want them gone or they want them severely regulated. But, you know, and again, I'm going to put on my tinfoil hat gladly and proudly. It's like a really nice hat. You know, it's like my black hat, and I just kind of basically covered it in tinfoil, so it's kind of stylish. And I'll even wear the jacket, my tinfoil jacket, too. I'll be that guy. But look, man, the World Economic Forum, they have ties to Coinbase, they have ties to Binance, they have ties to the Ethereum Foundation. They're already super they're already like their fingers are already like in that pie, like, you know, it's all over their face. They're just eating it with their hands, you know? So I'm kind of wondering, you know, I don't, again, and I could be conspiratorial, but I think it's all going to be part of some kind of controlled like dismantling. I think, you know, DEXs right now are where it's at. But, you know, basically, if you destroy the on ramps for like fiat, and if you think about the fact that everything they wanted to turn to digital money with CBDCs, those are going to be programmable. Do not think for a second that if they do not want you, if they just program that you're not allowed to buy crypto from X, Y, and Z, how are you going to get, like, what is your on ramp at that point, you know? And I think there's going to be a place for Coinbase in the new paradigm moving forward by virtue of them being part of the World Economic Forum. And I also think there's going to be a place for Binance. But I think the PSYOP, again, my hat's on, you know, my tinfoil hat is fully on here. I'm wearing it proudly. But I think, you know, they do need to get it out of the way and they do need to destroy the means of the on ramping, you know, and this is just me talking aloud and thinking aloud. I don't necessarily know how it's going to go down, but do you think we're going to adhere to the next halving? And yeah, what do you think of that?
Yeah, so I actually want to answer that second part first, and then I'll talk about my ideal, what I think is going to happen on the halvening. It's either you get underneath the thumb or they're going to get you out of there. That's I don't know about the World Economic Forum. I'm not too like I don't know how deep it goes with those two exchanges, but what I do know is they want control. They don't want some random CZ guy or somebody else having control over United States citizens on ramping or even other world, government bodies probably are thinking the same. And you're right. It is very, very important that you keep. That's why I only take about 20% out of crypto. I keep majority of crypto in crypto, and I just keep rinsing and repeating because I want to have majority. Well, I was already at this point, majority of my wealth in crypto because I fear that one day will come, and it might be a day very, very long from now, but I fear one day will come where the cheapest or the easiest way to keep, and yeah, you're right. We're putting on tinfoil hats here. But the easiest way to keep wealth going in the right direction is you stop the common folks from being able to participate in the first place. Or you control it enough to where they stay commoners, but they in their mind they're happy. Just like how everybody's going to be happy here in the next few years just being a renter and not owning anything. Everybody's going to be happy with that concept of just renting and not owning. And you'll be happy with just being able to buy $100 worth of Bitcoin a week because you'll feel like you're actually doing something. And you'll be like, you know what? It's right that the government is limiting me to $100 a week. Like these are actual scenarios that are 100% possible. So yeah, I do have theories about that, but I don't want to go too deep because I don't want to start just scaring people out. But as far as when it comes to the halvening, I think personally the halvening is going to be a lot slower, but I think the bull run is going to be a lot bigger. What I mean by slower is I think we may see some inkling during next summer after the halvening in April, but I don't think it's going to be until fall or winter of when the bull run actually starts getting going. And I think people are going to be very, very confused because they're going to be after the halving. They're going to be like, oh, yeah, we're pumping now. And there's probably going to be some more dips ahead. But it's going to be a slow but steady like into the bull run. But once the bull run actually gets going, I do think there's going to be so much curated bullish news in order in a way to where you have the same build up, I guess is what I'm trying to say. But I do, and I will forever believe that each bull run, until, in my opinion, something majorly changes with the dynamics of how crypto works as a whole and regulation. As we stand right now, I do think the next bull run is going to be bigger than the last bull run because there's going to be more money funneling in, not only from just blue collar investors, but corporations, BlackRock, people of that nature,
Okay, wait.
more and more money.
So what
What's up?
about BlackRock and an ETF? Like, aren't they going to be watering down Bitcoin the same way they're able to water down gold? You know what I'm saying? By providing ETFs. What do you think on that front with like the potential BlackRock ETF?
I personally, so here's how I view the ETFs, and this is why I'm on the more bullish side. I did listen to someone talk about that. If it is going to be a watered down situation, I think that will maybe have more long term effect. I don't think that's going to happen in the next bull run, if that makes sense. I think personally the ETF is going to add into the bullish narrative, right? I mean, my one of my uncles who he does Fidelity and he does a lot of retirement and 401k and all that good stuff. He was aware of the ETF filing from BlackRock and he was like, "Oh wow, like yeah, they're doing an ETF." So traditional investors are going to love it and it's going to be more bullish, but I guess it'll be a wait and see. See, alone, you're going, I'll say this alone, you go really, really deep, right? Like, that's like, yes, what you're talking about, like the watering down, like that's like deep, deep, like, okay, but what if long term this happens? And that is a possibility, man. I'm not going to say it's not, but I do think short term, and I view bull runs as a short term because I view my crypto on a 10-year timeline. Short term, I don't think it's going to really affect it. 10 years from now, you may be right. I mean, it may be something that we look back on and go, shit, that was all planned and we fell for it. So that's
I
why
just
you
look
take profits.
I just look at it like gold, right? It's like paper gold, right? It's like for me, gold is like Bitcoin, right? You can buy gold and put it in a vault in like Utah, right? And you know that if and pay every month, and then you can have it shipped to you. You can buy gold and you can have a vault in your house behind your Picasso or whatever, you know what I mean? And you can kind of keep it in there in that way, or bury it in your yard like old school, you know? Or you can buy paper gold where you can travel all around the world with it, and you have your ETF. But you know, to me, I feel like that also kind of suppressed the price of gold because the price of gold has been like kept down for like so long. I mean, we hit $2,000 per ounce. Like, what was it like already 2 years ago? And since then, you know, we've just kind of like bounced back down and have yet to kind of do that. And you know, if you look at the discrepancy between silver and gold, there's tons of talk about that being suppressed too. So you know, again, I'm just thinking about it like, you know, correlating Bitcoin to as digital gold to physical gold and seeing how ETFs, you know, creating more paper gold instead of actually having to go into the ground and mine it and pull it out and actually physically have it in someone's hand, you know, it kind of like creates manipulation, you know. So I'm wondering if that's going to be the same thing with Bitcoin. And we know obviously that people can manipulate markets, whales manipulate markets, BlackRock can manipulate markets, but I think this is going to be, you know, I think I agree with you that it's going to be bullish. I like as soon as like the gun goes off at the start of the race, it's going to be hyper bullish for people that like maybe deemed it as being too risk adverse. But I do think a bit in long term, like
It,
it might be easier to manipulate it, you know, because of that.
it, it will be. So I would say to that, it will be potential. It depends on how hard into Bitcoin they go. At this point in time, just because of where Bitcoin is at, and this is why I kind of a little bit, not saying that you're wrong. I never say people are wrong because we don't know. I kind of disagree a little bit with the Satoshi scenario because if it was an inside job from our government or somebody else's government, they did a very, very poor job. And that is why they're backtracking, they're killing off these Bitcoin billionaires. And you see all these Bitcoin billionaires that are dying in these random ass places because they're trying to get rid of these people that hold like, I'm sorry, but a shit ton of Bitcoin, right? So they need to do what you're saying, and that's why I said it's a possibility. they not only have to create the ETF, they have to invest like a large amount, because to get to the point where you can do more than like what I think the last number is, somebody needs like X amount of trillion dollars to move Bitcoin, not trillion, sorry, X amount of millions of dollars to move Bitcoin like 12%. And like the biggest holders, like they would have to all get together to do that. And it's like how much effect, like, yeah, waking up and seeing that big of a dip, like how much would that affect everyone else? That's why we need everybody to buy Bitcoin. The more people that have Bitcoin, the less that they're able to manipulate it in that sense. Now, if we all keep sitting on our hands and we keep regulation and adoption and all these things keep getting delayed, and people aren't really adopting Bitcoin or crypto in a whole, then you run into that scenario where we're allowing suits, that's just what I call them. You're allowing suits to pick up majority stakes in these currencies, and they will do the exact same thing that they've been doing throughout all these years in stock markets and all these other historical events that you've been talking about. So the long way of saying yes, but I would be more of a yes if I see them really going ham into stacking up on crypto, which I know they're doing, but they have to do a lot more than just what they're doing right now because of how deep Bitcoin is right now. So yeah, good conversation though, man. This is I hope everybody else is not bored, but I love these conversations because it's a lot. Crypto is a lot more than just like small little pies. Like there's a whole buffet out there, and somebody's the chef, bro. So yeah.
We all in here cooking, baby. You know what I mean? This is a cooking class, and that's what we're doing. Ingredient by ingredient, cooking up together. You feel me? But no, I don't think anyone's bored. I mean, this is all education on each front, and it all one hand washes the other, right? The whole XRP situation, dripping, leading down to the drip coin situation, like it's all the one and the same. So, no, we appreciate you guys and the information that you're giving back and
Hey,
forth.
it. I will say this though, and I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I'll be the first to say, if they give me a monetary value coin, I'm more than likely going to sell it. I'm just got to be honest. Like meme coin, unless it is like I can use these coins to power in the ecosystem, I don't want to just be holding the value like just to hold value. You know what I mean? Like, because to me, crypto is for making money. That's how I view it. NFTs, I view NFTs a completely different way. That's why I didn't ape in with my Ethereum, because my goal is not to flip. I don't think flipping NFTs, well, you can flip NFTs, but I really think flipping NFTs is going to be a dying art. It's going to be more about, how you put it, it's going to be like signing up for a very expensive membership and being a part of a journey. That's what it's going to be more about. But again, that's just my take. Uh, but yeah, I would really love to read more about this drip coin, because I was just reading it today, because I was like how would the drip coin, or maybe we can talk about it now. How and what, like how would this drip coin like work? Because unless it's like, are we talking like an ape coin situation
Well,
or
one thing we're talking
meme
about
token?
is artifact. So we have no idea how it's going to work. This was all, like I said, it was a speculative conversation. It was
Oh,
just
okay.
hinted at previously in the past, and that's where we were going off the hints. So we have no idea, and it might not even be anything. So we
So
take
they
it for
never
that.
they never stated like if it was an actual currency or if it was a in-house currency.
Nothing at all. This me thinking that it's something that you can utilize to be rewarded with in the inventory app, but no one has any line on any information at all.
Okay, I'm 100% down with that. Like if it's like a self-reward coin that is like their form of currency, like hey, staking your clone gives you X amount of drip coins, and you can use that drip coin for aesthetics and things within the project. I'm 100% down with things like that. But and then yeah, you can obviously turn around and sell that, but the ape coin situation like that, those are the things where I would really like to see how the SEC is going to try to tackle them. Those are the ones where I'm a little bit kind of like, I feel like we should stay away from that. But that's just my opinion. That doesn't mean that I'm right or wrong. But in-house currency rewards, 100% down for. I mean, Nike already kind of does that with their what is that thing called? Uh, Nike guys, y'all probably know what I'm talking about. They
I'm,
have a
I'm waiting for a hint, so maybe I can pick up what you're dropping off.
well, I know that because I used to sell the like Nike Apple watches, and I know you like get I don't maybe they don't do it anymore, but they used to.
The
You used to
fuel
get
bands, yeah, that was back
yeah.
in the day. That was back in 2012. They had a fuel band that honestly the Apple Watch took precedence over that. Like it took place of the fuel band. Fuel band where you collect fuel points for doing activities, and it was kind of like a Fitbit that you wore, but it was strictly just for Nike in the Nike collection. But that's also when they had that technology that went into your sole of your shoes at the time too, the Nike Fit Plus situation. But all of that stuff has been done since the Apple Watch. So no,
So and then that moves more into like Compound's theory of like a point system because you can just change out the point name and convert that into drip, right? Staking your clone, you get drip. You can
right,
use drip to empower your egg. You can use drip to fuel your ship. You can use drip like you know what I mean? Like then that starts making more sense to me, right?
right. That's where I was going with it too, right? Like being able to utilize drip to buy a T-shirt for your clone from the inventory app, or sell an NFT that you have on the inventory app and getting drip coin for that sale. Like that's what I'm thinking about. Like that, not like an ApeCoin situation where I'm about to pay my bills with this drip coin. Like, nah,
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
about to
yeah.
hook my clone up with this drip coin.
Cause I was watching, man, I was watching a Twitter space and they're like, meme land, oh my god, this coin's coming out. I'm like sitting there like, bro, y'all gonna get all this money, which I'm happy for you, and then those captains are gonna drop. The whole thing is gonna drop, and the next thing y'all gonna be talking about is what's going on, what's the FUD? Like everybody acts all confused. It's like, bro, everybody wants a captain right now so that they can get a part of this airdrop. Because you're talking like, oh, if it comes out at a
100%.
whatever $1 billion market cap, then you get X amount of money. When people are already doing that, when people are counting their money before the money even gets to you, you already know it's about to happen.
Yo,
Those
we
days are
we
over, bro.
we're Degens, man, or they are Degens. I'll say we because it sounds bad when I say they and I talk about people like that. But we're Degens, right? Like it's all about that, and that's been the play for every project that we've come across. Every quote unquote blue chip project that we come across in Web3 has had that same strategy. Here comes this. Oh, we're gonna use this for that. And like you're saying, they're counting their coins before they get it, counting their shillings before they even had a bag. So it's just part of the process. That's how you know it's a different culture, it's a different ideal here when people talk about actually getting something from being a part of the building of the brand. It's totally different from everything else. They just worried about for a price go up and getting my shillings on. Like
Yep.
so,
And ask people from the Yuga side, man. Ask them if they I mean, the ape coin, a lot of those people, I forgot how much they got because it was a different price at the when the bull market was going on. That ape coin, they were giving that out for free. Like
yeah,
that was kind of like, people were like, "Oh, this is what I can use to coop back profit instead of selling my ape." But as we see, and this is the reason why I'm like, look, I would just sell it. I have yet to see, and maybe it's because the metaverse is not out yet, but I have yet to see when an NFT project gives you a digital market value, like, coin that is directly tied to an exchange or, to cryptocurrency. I've yet to see that work to where it's anything but a momentary pause and FUD, and people are ecstatic and they got free money basically. If they want to sell it, they can. If they want to actually use it what it's meant for, they can. But most people sell it. Now, there's nothing wrong with that. But what I'm saying is long term, as you can see now, it did nothing to stop the FUD. It did nothing to stop the bleed. It did nothing. Like it was a thing that happened and people were happy about it. It was part of their quote unquote utility. But now if it's not as fun because it's not about making money, and I get that. I trust me, I'm not over here blind, but an internal system that is not meant for monetary purposes, but is more of a reward system, I guess you could say, for staking or doing a certain activity within your ecosystem, you're doing two things. You're getting people participated in actually being involved in your ecosystem and the way that you're trying to set it up to work. And then you're also allowing them to further customize their clones and animus. And maybe that's how you buy shoes. Like, I mean, it's small stuff like that, but it's
Yes,
something engaging.
it's major. Those are major moves. That's a real culture there, right? It's a real buildup of a culture within itself. So no, I agree with you 110%. But speaking of the Bored Apes, and this was news that we were talking about in Vegas when we were out there. They're doing their Ape Fest in Hong Kong this year. They just released that information out today. And like I
Right.
said, it was. See,
I tried to tell
I
you.
tried to tell you. I tried to tell you. But no, like I think that's a major move too, right? I'm very curious to see what they do for this Ape Fest. They said it's going to be less like a music festival and more like a family reunion. So I don't know how many people got family over in Hong Kong, but it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out. For
Family reunion, like everyone's going to be arguing over the dinner table, and there's going to be the weird uncle coming in, or like the good.
I
Yeah,
mean,
that's what I was about
that's
to say.
family reunion. That's all it is. That's the
Everybody's
same
getting
thing.
drunk, arguing with each other.
Yeah, no, same
Hey,
thing.
hey, sorry to cut it short for me, but we are moving this weekend, and I got to get started on some more boxes and stuff. So I'm gonna have to catch you guys later. But it's been great conversations tonight, though, for sure.
Appreciate you. Appreciate you as
So
always, Shadow. Enjoy that moving because it sucks.
nah, hire movers, bro.
I
Hire
mean,
movers.
I
That's all I
hired
got to say.
movers too. They packed all my stuff up and everything, and it still sucks. Moving sucks. But no, my bad. I didn't
Yeah,
even mean to talk down about your
at,
stuff.
at this part, at this point in the move, it gets to that crunch time, and every day you wake up and go, I got to do this, I got to do that, I got to do this, I got to do that. Do it no matter what they're charging, as long as it's a reputable company. Just hire movers.
Yeah,
They'll come and do everything for you, bro. I don't know why I didn't want to do it this time. We've done movers the past two times, but I'm like, oh, let's do it ourselves. But no, just do
nah,
movers. But I'll catch you
hire
guys later.
movers. Have a good one, bro.
Bro,
Now,
y'all are crazy.
anybody going to Hong Kong
Y'all are
for Ape
y'all are
Fest?
paying other people to pack your stuff up for you,
Yes. Are you serious? I gladly
bro.
come and put this shit away, man, and then unpack it when
Dude,
we get there too. All of the
when we
above.
moved when we moved Shauna from North Carolina to San Diego, uh, the army pays for this shit. Like the army will do it for you completely free, and you just get on a flight and you get your shit there. She didn't want to. She's like, I'm gonna do it yourself, and the
Nah,
army's gonna give. The army gave her the paycheck, so she pocketed whatever it was, 10, 15K. I flew out, and me, her, and another friend. She had it all packed though. Shauna could move. Me, her, and another friend packed up her whole house and car in a van, and she drove it across the country, bro. In a U-Haul towing her car.
well, that's a different story because you got somebody paying you to actually move. I would pack my shit up too if they was paying me to do it, but it's so much stuff. I done moved so many times in my life. This honestly to LA, this is probably my 15th time moving. Period. And I'm moving again. We're looking at homes now in other places, bro. So I gotta do the shit all over again. But yeah, bro.
Yeah, moving now would suck. Now that I have bought a house and
Sucks.
a ton of stuff here, now would it be really, really shitty?
It do. It's super stuff. I don't even want to think about it. Let's talk about something else. Are you going to Hong Kong or what? Oh, they doing a Ape Fest in LA on my birthday too. So we gonna
Bro,
definitely hit that on.
I got tickets, bro. I'm gonna cash in this mutant ape on some tickets.
Oh, for sure. We definitely hitting that up. Plus
LA,
one, baby.
the Miami one looks crazy. That one looks sick. That's in August,
No, for
July. Oh,
sure.
LA, Hong Kong, maybe.
Yeah, but
I thought we had this conversation, and you said, no, they're gonna do it in Thailand. I said, no, they're not. Bro. I talked to the organizer. He said they're doing it in Hong Kong.
that's how it
Cancel
works. Huh?
like on the team or something.
I told you, man. I was trying to tell you back then. They was like, no, they're gonna do Vegas. I'm like, nah, why would they do a Vegas after Azuki did Vegas? That makes no sense. They definitely doing overseas. and they're doing it in a time. If you think of the timeline of what happened or what's happening, it's like a Bitcoin week in Singapore. It's a F1 racing something happening over there overseas as well, and it's going to be like 1 week after the next, and it's all going to line up to be that close for people to be able to utilize those times and those events at the same time or similar timing. So yeah, they going all the way out. But I am very
Yeah,
curious
that's
to
good
see how they're
timing.
going to do it. Yeah,
So
who
you
coming to Hong Kong?
so people can just fly out for like a 2 week period and catch a couple different things.
Yeah, yeah, and make it easy for the holders. Cram, you going to Hong Kong?
Thumbs up, thumbs down. I feel like Cram's gone, bro.
Yeah, no, right? Cram be in here engagement fun. I bet you he's putting the kids to sleep. This is bath time for him. See, there
I
you
gotta
go.
look at flights, dude. I do want to go. But if they're gonna have an LA and a Miami event, smash like sandwich on either side of Hong Kong, like that's fire too.
Yeah, no, I think it'd be fire just to go to Hong Kong, right? But so,
Skip the
yeah,
other two and go to Hong Kong.
I
Bro,
mean,
they
we
were
got,
hilarious for talking about everyone that be popping pills and smokes a lot. Because I had Loki had the opportunity to go to Tokyo a while back. Outside of the smoking, there were other reasons why I didn't go, but that was definitely on my mind. Like, I'm a stoner, bro.
yeah, you definitely cannot do that in Tokyo, bro. They will lock that ass up away and throw away the key. There is none of that there at all.
I know a girl who's a tour manager, and she did the worst thing ever, but she brought some substances with her into China, and she fucking got caught, and she's now in a Chinese jail.
No, that's crazy. You said now like she's still there.
Oh yeah, I don't know if she's going to be there for 5 or 10 years. It depends on her hearing
Oh
or
no,
too well, but it's either 5 or 10 years. And she got like, she got caught, and they just dumped her in jail, man.
nah, bro.
Yeah, bro.
Nah, ain't no perk that precious for me to be in jail for 10. Nah, bro. Nope. No
Don't fuck
way.
around. Because you guys remember Brittany Griner?
Hey,
There's also she had a weed pen on her, but there's also in Russia, there's a guy who went to North Korea and he got drunk or whatever. I don't know. I can't think of his name. He got drunk and like pulled down a poster off his hotel wall. It was like a government poster of their supreme leader, and he like took it down to take it home with him as a souvenir. And little did he know that if you vandalize like pictures of the leader of North Korea, it's a fucking sentence, bro. Like 10 years in prison. And he got put in prison and they beat him while he was in there. And they sent him back to the US and he ended up dying when he like a few days after he got off the plane. But you don't fuck around in other countries, bro. Not at all.
imagine having too much vodka and then going to jail, getting
Man,
your ass whooped, and then going home and passing away from pulling on a poster. That's crazy.
bro, I
And
made the same face as the emoji when you said that story, bro. Like, that was crazy.
the North Korean government said that he slipped and fell while he was in jail right before they had released him. But they beat him, bro. Dude, any of those countries over there, you don't bring anything. My buddy was deployed to Korea, and he was going to the music festivals out there, and he said even the music festivals, all the parties are a little different because people don't even risk it. They don't even mess around. They'll drink and everything, but there's no, yeah, they don't play over there. China jail, bro. No, there's no way.
No, man. And I mean, she's a tour manager. It's like, you got to be the one to make sure that that's not going on, you know? I feel bad. I don't know her super well, but I know her enough to kind of just, she had a problem, though. That's why she had it with her, because she had an addiction problem. And it was like, it was going in the wrong direction. So who knows? This actually might be the best case scenario in some terrible way. But yeah, you don't do that, man. Nothing is worth that, Nothing is worth it.
Risk management, man. People have to learn it. And I mean, some of us get the opportunity to get blessed and get out of little situations, when the risk isn't as heavy, but some of us also become examples, natural selection, unfortunately.
Super smart for these projects to start doing these events overseas, man. There's a huge community base of the Bored Apes in around that area, and then also Artifact doing their Tokyo events, and was for a reason, right? And they're talking about doing another one as well. There's big money in Hong Kong. Like they spend big money on collectibles, on art. They spend big money on crypto now and NFTs. I think crypto was just recently like more legalized over there as well. So smart play by the Bored Ape Yacht Club to do their event there.
It's a different culture over there. They really enjoy and participate in the NFT culture overseas. Like Meryl took me to a couple events that they were having, and it was a totally different vibe than what it is here. Like it's such a niche group of people who come together as a collective to share that experience over here. But over there, it's like everybody's like, "Oh, this is amazing!" They all coming in. And it was really dope to be a part of it. So it was a really smart move for Yuga. I think Yuga can see that Americans are sick of the BS, and now they looking to expand their markets. So yeah, this is what we was talking about in Vegas when I told you, Compound. You didn't believe me. We had to have this conversation with multiple people, and I told you not to tell anybody. We had to keep it on the low because it wasn't supposed to be coming out yet. But now it's here, and we can talk about it. Cram, you going?
Yo, so man, after all the stories you guys just told, like I'm kind of scared to go now. Like, goddamn, I'm not trying to get locked up. My wife is like, so my buddy calls me and he's like, yo, they put out the 8 Fest details. I haven't been on Twitter today. So I'm like, okay, where is it at? He's like, Hong Kong. I'm like, Hong Kong? Like, man, my wife is gonna be pissed. Like, cause she be tripping when I go to New York and I'm in Cali, so like that's only like a 5 hour flight. Now, this is like a 13+ hour flight. Uh Man, I thought you lost a day when you travel from New York. You're gonna lose more than a day traveling. Like, I don't know. I don't really know, man. Honestly, I'm trying to work some things out and see like what the flight's gonna cost, like flight, hotel, and all that. I've never been to Hong Kong before. My buddy Samurai Ghost, you guys know him. He's actually he's from China, but he's born and raised in the States. But he's been to Hong Kong a bunch, so he's just like, man, Hong Kong is dope, man. Like, but he just had a little kid too, so he has 3 little kids. I have 3 little kids. I don't know if our wife's gonna be like, yeah, go to Hong Kong for a week, and I'll stay back with the kiddos. Like, I don't know if that's gonna be a thing. Um, so it's kind of I kind of feel like it's not up to me, man. It's like, yeah, I want to go, but it's a bit of a stretch, honestly.
Yeah, it'd be a mission, bro. A mission financially, and it'd be a mission just in the air. It's a long flight, dude. I flew to
Yeah,
18 hours, something like that. Something crazy.
yeah. I know when Dre went to Tokyo, I could hear the exhaustion in his voice, like the like after I think he landed like 2 days later, whatever. He was still popping in on the spaces. You can hear that jet lag. I mean, I don't know where like Tokyo, Hong Kong, like not in the same area, but probably the same vicinity. Um, but yeah, how long was that flight, Dre, to Tokyo?
I think 23 hours.
Damn.
Hell
Yeah.
no. It was like 12, 11.
But what's up, Pump?
I can't do it.
Shit, chilling, posted up, tired. You know. You said what?
No, I got super rugged. I was super tired over there, but it was worth every ounce of tiredness that I endured when I was there. I want to go back to Tokyo right now, bro. Like if they said, yo, you can go back tomorrow, I'll be on a flight
We
tomorrow.
out. We out.
It's
Let's go.
crazy, but no, it's well worth it for real. But it is. I agree with you on that point of it's not really up to you. I get that point too. So let me ask you this: as a mutant aid holder, do you think it's because I had some other people talking about it and they was kind of upset, like mixed feelings about it being in Hong Kong? Do you think it's like a FUD situation for people on that side of the fence?
No, no. I definitely see why they're doing it. Asia is definitely like the market to be in. I see a lot of projects kind of building over there. So the culture is it's just different, and it seems like they're more receptive and open to like Web3 and digital collectibles. I'm in a lot of other like projects that are based out of like Japan and China, and it's different. It's way different. You wouldn't think we're in a bear market over there. So I see why they're doing it. It's a good way to expand the community. So yeah, I don't look at it as FUD. It's just like I think it's going to weed a lot of people out, right? A lot of the mutant apes and some of even the board apes, they're kind of broke. Like we're kind of broke right now. So I mean, not I'm speaking for myself. Um, to go to spend like 2K plus to go on a trip during the bear market. I mean, honestly, man, I was thinking like 2K could make me 20K in 6 months, or a year if invested correctly. But some could also look at it as, hey, going to Ape Fest in Hong Kong. This is the third Ape Fest. I don't know how big it's going to be, but with it launching and like coming out during the bear market, it kind of shows who the real holders are. And I feel like it weeds out a lot of people that, like I said, some of those smaller players. Instead, you'll be around more big players, probably, right? People who can afford to spend 2, 3, 4,000 to go on a trip for 3 days and just kind of network and stuff. I feel like there's going to be some high valued apes there. That's kind of how I've been looking at it. So I'm trying to look at it from every angle. But of course, all this information just came out, and I talked to Samurai Ghost, and I talked to my boy the town, and he's just like, "Yo, we going to Hong Kong?" Like he's ready. We literally just came back from NBA the summer league. We went to the summer league this past weekend in Vegas, so we just got back like 2 days ago, and now he's like, "Yo, you ready for Hong Kong?" Like this guy is ready all the time, and he has 3 small kids too. Like all my friends have like hella kids, so I'm just like, how are we gonna swing this, fellas? Um, but yeah, that's how I'm feeling right now. But I don't feel any FUD. Sometimes when you're on Twitter too long, like I haven't been on Twitter much lately. Yeah, you'll FUD just comes out of nowhere. You're like, oh, people could FUD anything. Well, hey, FUD this pencil right here. Oh yeah, FUD that pen and paper. Like yeah, this fucking pen sucks. Like it came out in '99. Like the ink is old as fuck. Like they just find anything to FUD nowadays. So, but when I don't get on Twitter, I'm like, I can form my own opinion. I'm not in a space where somebody pushes their opinion on me, and I'm like, you know what? Yeah, I'm upset. Let's get the pitchforks, and then just kind of rinse and repeat. I'm sorry for that long drawn out answer, but yeah, man, I don't feel no fun, man. I don't feel no fun. I'm good, baby. I'm good over here.
No, yeah. See, you revitalized because you went to the NBA in Vegas. I'll be revitalized too if I was you. But no, I do think they did a great job with having more options for the people who can't make it overseas. They have a LA on one side of the world, or this country, another one on the other side of the country, Miami. Then they got one on the opposite side of the world for Hong Kong. So it makes sense, and that's dope for real.
I get why they're putting the pen though, Cram. The founders of the pen aren't in Twitter Spaces and they're not active on the timeline. I'd be footing it too. Like, how are you going to run a pen project if you ain't in Twitter Spaces and if you're not active on the timeline? I don't get it. Um, but I did talk to Kanto, and Kanto said that the Chinese and the Hong Kong Bored Ape community is significantly larger than LA or like parts of the US. Like it's huge over there. And I imagine clones are probably similar, man. There's probably a huge clone community in China. We just are not on the social media apps that they use, and we're not on that part of the timeline if they are on Twitter. They have a whole different set of social media apps that they're on.
Yeah, and I think some of those guys are on Twitter, but yeah, like you said, the timeline. So it's like, well, when we're asleep, they're probably the most active, maybe. But my buddy Samurai Ghost, he was just like, man, I'm in a group with a bunch of people from Asia, right? And I'm like, what? Like, you never told me about it. But he was like, yeah, they're pretty thick over there. So I basically heard the same thing today.
My bad, Alone. I thought I heard something in the background. I didn't mean to mute
Oh,
you.
did I hot mic by accident?
I thought I heard.
Yeah, Alone seems like he's washing dishes or
Oh,
something.
I
I
thought it was
was, man.
Ray,
I
bro.
thought
Sorry.
I thought Cram was I thought Cram was making a drink. Sound like he was getting
Oh
busy
man,
over
I
there.
was doing
That
stuff. I was like working out, making dinner while I was chatting and cleaning up. I'm sorry, I didn't realize I was hot mic'd.
no, that hot mic sounded like I wasn't looking at the phone. I've just been chilling. That's Dre when he's got like he's doing dishes. I was like, man, Dre doing dishes again. And I looked and it was alone. I'm like, man, they got the same dishes. They got the same setup over there. Sound exactly the same.
I do the dishes every night when I'm talking to y'all.
Oh, that's so good. That's what I talked to the other day. I said it's balanced, right? Like I actually haven't been being too productive on this space. I was working on the breaks earlier, but you got to be able to balance and get shit done as well. You know, it's important. Having clean dishes is big for is huge for a big household or even any household, bro. And especially even on your mental health. You walk by a dirty sink and dirty dishes. It's just it ain't right, man. It
No,
ain't
no,
right.
Plus, I don't like my wife's foot in my ass at any time. So let me knock these damn dishes out so I ain't got to worry about no toenails tickling my tonsils. You feel me?
that shit doesn't fly with me. I'm like a super neat person, so I'm like, I cook, I eat, and I clean up right away, man. I want my sink to be like empty, like I can lick it if I wanted to, That's kind of the way I like to approach it. I never lick my sink, just to put it out there, but I want it to be as clean, like clean, so that if I wanted to, I could.
Why not give it a try?
Lick that Brillo pad, baby.
What's the purpose, though? What's the utility in licking the sink, other than proving my point that I have a clean sink, I guess? I don't know.
I mean, still a lot more utility than a lot of other projects, so why not try it out?
All right, I'll be right back. I'm going to go lick my sink. No, I'm joking.
Yeah, I'll buy an NFT project if it comes with a clean sink. I'll tell you that right now. I've bought worse NFT. That's utility right there.
Yeah, and I've licked worse things than a sink. So
Oh,
definitely utility.
You know what? I can probably corroborate to the fact that I have as well, so yep.
shit. All right, guys. Well, on that note, I gotta call it a night. But that ain't the note we gotta leave it on. We could give Dre another shot. All right, hit us, Dre.
um, Pharaoh, you got anything you want to say to the people?
Yeah.
Or what you want to say? They're going bye bye. What you want to tell them?
Bye bye.
All right, he said bye bye.
Good night.
Good night.